Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets.
Hey guys, what's up?
Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you.
Hey.
That's okay. Come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me.
Hey.
1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking alibi. So fire up that cigarette. Pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
Don't get too carried away. I've got an anonymous informant, okay? And I'm going to have to bring him out tonight. He's been pressuring me. It didn't. I was very confused at first, but now I understand exactly what's going on here.
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Step black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker, hop in. Welcome back, got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Side of the coin, I'm paranoid. At the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is there's no reply.
What's up, everybody? Welcome. It's been a weird day. That's about all I can say about it. It's been weird.
of my darkest days, darkest days. Spread some sunlight of my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades, color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight of my darkest days, darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna
Hey. Sorry.
I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die when happiness is in short supply? They hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight of my darkest days, darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades.
I'm going to need to make sure that everybody that sees this video actually signs up for my emergency broadcast service, my EBS. You have to do it by subscribing or liking the page, and you also have to click the bell and all. That way you'll get an emergency alert every time I have an emergency broadcast. I would appreciate it. Where is it? We're real short tonight. Where is everybody?
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in, I was hell-bent, I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction, maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
Welcome, everybody. Another minute, we'll get started here.
I sit back and I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numb? But shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up, but I made up. I suggest that you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling.
Can you get an EBS on your Kuzma satellite phone? I think so. Mine rings constantly. That's one of the things you have to put up with. There's no way to turn off the ringer or make it actually ring when someone's calling you. It's just always ringing in the background.
Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together.
Alright guys, here we go. Let's get started. Fuck it. Everybody will figure it out. They'll figure out we're live.
There's a thin line between happiness and misery.
Man, I can't talk to you now. Why do people call me while I'm on? No. Shut up.
Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah.
It's the month, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Uh-oh.
It's the month, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the face, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
And yeah. Woo, woo. And Mars in the house.
Hey. The song, the jab, pine needle tea,
Underground Doms save the children.
Social Security card claims, birth certificate claims, Vatican Tunnel,
Medbed
martial law,
1745, 10 Days of Darkness, digging tunnels,
Dogecoin.
Evergreen,
Vaseline.
Boom.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's the month.
Well, Johnny, you can go to Mommy's basement.
That Johnny, get out of here.
The Nazis were working with the reptilians.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's the month, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Ain't seen none yet.
We are now the news.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you, BT, for the remix, Jay Reese for the original music. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. It's another day. We're out here just hustling, I guess. By the way, speaking of hustling, if you want to support the stream, you guys know how. You can go to cultclub.com by using !donate. You can go to buymeacoffee.com by using !coffee. And we still have the GoFundMe going on. Thank you. Right before I started the show, there was a $200 donation and a $100 donation that went into the GoFundMe today, so I really do appreciate those. We're trying our best to get the fuck out of this place. We tried to buy it several times. They kept raising the price, doing stupid shit, so we're going to have to move. We're trying our best to offset my shitty credit and instability and not knowing what the VA is going to do with cash, so it really helps. We appreciate that, moving expenses and stuff like that. So we'll let you guys know how that turns out. But thank you for joining us. That's not what you came here for. So we're going to start the show. I would like everybody to get off their high horse, okay? Chat, myself included. It's time to get off your high horse. And I want to remind you that we are not the only show that has a theme song.
Oh, say, can you see by that dawn's early light? The candle of freedom still flickers through the night. Come Patriot one, come Patriots all. Stand and deliver, answer to the call.
Have you guys ever heard that really, really, really bad flute that's playing the Harry Potter theme song?
Patriot street fighter, prepare to stand your ground.
Woo!
Hear the cries of the forefathers echo all around.
1000%, even approved to use the logo. Yeah. Woo! I can hear Johnny Cash clapping from his grave.
The great chiefs of Washington still speak with forked tongues. Treaties made and treaties broken.
Yeah.
Comes undone. It was smallpox and blankets meant to tear the red nations down. Now the nation is white, it's black, it's yellow, it's red, it's brown. For they draw no distinction of color, race, or creed. They seek to conquer by division, driven on by greed.
Man, if you don't tear up a little bit, I don't think you're human.
tipping point
I can hear my dog barking in the other room.
is upon us. Where we go one, we go all. Come join the resistance. America will not fall.
Rawhide.
Patriot street fighter, prepare to stand your ground. See the tears of the forefathers rain upon the ground.
Why is there a flute? Just remember, when Scott comes running over the hill, headed down into Washington, D.C., carrying the Patriot Street Fighter battle flag, this is what's going to be playing in the background with a little drummer boy going... Wilford Brimley.
Street fighter, prepare to stand your ground. Hear the cries of the forefathers echo all around.
Woo!
The tipping point is upon us. Answer to the call. Come join the resistance. America will not fall. Come stand with your brother. Where we go one, we go all. Join the resistance. America will not fall. Come join the resistance. America will not fall.
Ooh, you got to slow down. Anyways, that is the official Patriot Street Fighter song. I don't know if you guys have heard that or not, but this guy apparently even got permission to use the emblem, and we know how touchy Scott is over his emblem. Hold on just a second. Sorry, let me send this right quick. So this guy has been endorsed, and I guess given the blessing from Scott, Scott allowed him to use his emblem for sure. I did see that popped up. It was officially approved. One thing Scott will not approve is anyone else using his father as a prop. Anyone else using his father as a prop. If somebody's going to make money and use his dad as a prop, it's damn sure going to be him.
This is a broadcast message going out to any and all online influencers and any patriots who are following. I have now come to learn that there are people out there that are looking to generate either money or influence on my father's death. So let me say this and let me be very clear on this. Anyone who tries to use my father's death going down on this battlefield to make money or for any of their own influence are going to experience rain like you have yet to see from me. I had somebody reach out to me and let me know that they were putting up a 24-hour fundraising site in honor of my father. I didn't have time to respond to that, have not heard back
What?
from them since, so I suspect they're trying to make money.
Someone told you they were putting up a Rush GoFundMe for your father's death, and you haven't heard back from them. You didn't tell them no, but you hadn't heard back from them, so now you just assume that they're trying to steal money from you?
All I can say is to any of those people, woe unto you if I learn of this. And also I've learned that there's others who want to have their own podcast in honor of the general. Once again, this is my duty. It's my
Somebody wants to have a full podcast in honor of your dad? And that's weird to begin with. That just doesn't even seem real. Like someone's gonna have a full fucking podcast just dedicated to the general, like multiple episodes or one full episode. Even one full episode's a lot. I mentioned it twice, beginning and end of a show. Whatever. You can come at me, bro. He was brothers with me long before he was father to you.
My honor to honor the general. It's not for anybody else, because if they are, they're just using it for influence. And I'm telling you, you do not want to experience the rain that's going to come from me from that. So I'm making sure that I'm very clear with everyone. My father's death and burial is not to be used for anybody's influence on any level. I will handle honoring him myself.
So he seemed pretty upset about that, but I honestly think it might be manufactured anger. I don't see anybody want to do it. I could see someone, and I've seen shitty people do this before. They will start a fundraiser in honor of someone they don't even know, and collect the profits and never even tell the person. They will collect it and take it themselves and have it sent, which you could be prosecuted for it. There's been several people that have faked GoFundMes and been prosecuted for it, but the problem is actually figuring it out if someone doesn't come out and say it. Someone has to come out and prove it, because most people won't know or won't check or whatever. They'll just be so ready to donate that they'll go and throw money at it and never check. So there have been people that done that before. I could see that happening, but I don't think they would contact Scott to tell him that they were trying to cheat him, first of all. Second of all, I don't think that they would I don't think that anybody wants to do a full podcast in honor of Scott or Scott's dad either. I didn't understand that part, but it seems like it's manufactured rage maybe, but we'll see. Maybe we'll have the generals in memoriam in memory of the general, the podcast. Anyways, let's get caught up. I've got an insider that came forward, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but toot. Brad had an insider. And I don't even think that Brad's intel holds up to my intel, okay? Check this out. This is Brad giving a little update.
So anyway, when we get the, hey, a lot of you asking why am I going on Facebook? This is the only thing I got right this second. I'm going to be, Actually,
I don't think this is the right video. Hold on.
You cannot find them anymore based on,
I think this is it. Come on, Brad. Say something.
But I came across a couple of things that, one of which blew me away. And let me say this. I want everybody to understand what I shared the other night, okay, is it's not like it wasn't, the point of it was not to share something that you didn't already know or that you didn't already know about. The purpose of it was the confirmation of it, of the info. That was the purpose of it.
Oh, okay. So he was just confirming the intel. Okay, that makes sense.
We had some confirmation, all right? And that was the big deal, okay? Now, I'm going to give you the rest of that tomorrow night at 9 Eastern. 9 Eastern tomorrow night, I'm going to give you the rest of that, okay? And like I said, I was not going to do anything tonight. And then, holy cow, all right? So, I'm going to show you two things real quick, and I'm going to try to make this one fast, okay? So I'm going to get right into it.
All right, so the information he dropped about JFK Jr. was just to confirmation, just to confirm.
And this is going to, I want you to be involved right here, okay? Be involved with me.
Here we go. Listen to this.
I want you to open up another browser.
Let's see who he ties this to.
Okay? Open up another browser on your computer
Okay.
right now. This is
I
what
got
want
it.
you to do. Okay? Let me pull this down here. All right, so let me go over here.
Here we are.
I want you to go to, now you may have already seen this. You may have seen this somewhere. I don't know. But
Let's go. We got to hear it.
I've seen it on some
Jesus Christ. We're wasting time. There could be babies dying at the local Walmart.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to the top and type in walmart.com.
Okay. Got it.
Type in walmart.com.
Already did that.
Okay?
Did someone call up and say, hey
there, man.
if you run a show and scream shit about patriotism, Steph Jones bought you 3 6-packs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Did someone call up all the shows that have patriot in their description and say, hey, guys, it's time to go after Walmart, if you know what I mean? And they're like, is that a code word for something? They're like, no. Literally Walmart. Let's go after Walmart. Okay. I'll see if I can make 3 or 4 episodes on it.
And then I want you to, in the search bar up there,
I was pinned down in Walmart today. I had to send out some emergency alerts through my Telegram system. Literally shoved Liam to the ground to escape. I knew I couldn't outrun him. I've put on a little weight since I got out of the military. Liam is fragile, easily broken leg. Shove him down, maybe a sprained ankle. I'm not going to go all the way to broken leg. Either way, I got out.
I want you.
And Liam somehow got vacationed 6 times before he could get out the door. But he did make it out. He had to walk home. I wasn't waiting on him, but
Type in, here we go, you ready? McCall, MC, capital C-A-L-L. McCall Pattern, P-A-T-T-E-R-N.
7537.
Girls, capitalized girls. I mean, not the whole word, just G. Everything starts with a capital letter. Okay, so McCall Pattern, girls, / girls dresses, comma, belt and petticoat, P-E-T-T-I-C-O-A-T. Push go.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God. I hate to keep it from you guys, but here's what it brought up. When you search McCall patterns, girls dresses, belt, and petticoat, this is what comes up. McCall patterns, McCall sewing patterns, girls dresses, belt, and petticoat. Maybe there was something supposed to be more nefarious. Dress patterns, McCall patterns, Disney dresses. Okay, so far I'm with you, Brad. I am with you.
Push go.
I pushed it.
Right here. Look at this. This is on Walmart's website. Walmart.com. Typed it in right there. Here's what comes up.
First of all, it's not. I mean, it might have been, but it's not now. Do you think they're selling those 2 interracial children, Brad? Is that what's happening? An interracial couple of children? Okay, here's the problem. I think I did a decent job of explaining this last night. Walmart is a third-party vendor. Anybody can list on Walmart as long as you meet some very basic requirements, okay? And when you do that, you get mass flooded. So if I just pull up my little search bar that I had open, let me grab, oh shit, I closed it. Let me get it back open. New window, history, here we go. So just with mine, it actually says the vendor here. So if we scroll all the way back to the top, we've got Privilege Realty Group, sold and shipped by Privilege Realty Group. Sold and shipped by BTI Trading, sold and shipped by Whole Level E-Commerce, sold and shipped by Eleanor Retail, Sharp Shoe, RVMM Altitude, Triumph 72, ORT Retail. So these are not listed by Walmart. None of these are. I don't know that Walmart, I know they sell some patterns, but I don't know if they sell this brand of pattern, McCall's brand patterns. So what happens is when they list these things, anybody can list them, and they'll usually outsource stuff like this to listing to either a bot, that is someone sold them a bot, or to a worker in India or blah blah blah. Now, that might be a typo. It might be an accident. That might have, maybe it's supposed to be 5,000 fucking rupees. Who knows? You can't just look at a price and say, oh, this price is odd. $5,000 for a kid's dress, pattern, child trafficking. That's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. That's clearly somebody fucked something up. Just somebody fucked something up. That's just the way it happens. Now, there are expensive products. There are weird products. There are stuff that happens. There's even glitches in the system. That's what Wayfair said theirs was. Theirs was a glitch that when some of the items that were listed by third-party vendors, instead of they're putting them items out of stock, because with less items in stock, they might not have ranked as high in searches. Instead of putting it out of stock, people were pricing some of the items out of fucking range to where anybody would pay that much for them just to keep them in stock, and then they knew they didn't have to take them down. That might have been anything. Maybe they wanted to put $5 and accidentally put 5,000. Maybe they wanted to put 5,000 rupees and accidentally put $5,000. It could have been a lot of things, but what it wasn't was proof of child trafficking. That's not how that works.
There it is. $5,000.
Shipped by Dageco Inc. Sold and shipped by. Let's look at that. I'll grab that link in just a second, Rescue. I'm actually playing this through Telegram, and I'm signed up into my back account, so I have to grab it after this video is over. Dajo Company Inc. Dajo. Doji Cat. Dogecoin. So it says that they're a Walmart Incorporated seller. Their average is 1 out of 0 stars. It seems like they're probably not U.S. based. They sell a bunch of like novelty, blah, 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 knickknacks and shit. They sell a couple t-shirts, these weird fucking signs. Please use the front door. Buy our pizza. We need the dough. Just a bunch of weird stuff. But they're literally ranked 1 out of 5 with 49 reviews, which isn't good. But they are a Walmart vendor for sure. Just not a very good one. I wonder what their Facebook's about. It says chemical company on their Facebook. This is probably somebody with literally nothing. Page was hacked by child trafficking. Are you shitting me? We are Doji Inc., a freight company, not Doji Co. Inc., selling the product. They're harassing this poor guy who runs a trucking company. Oh, man. Anyways, let's go back to Brad. He's got the scoop, not me. Not yet.
You tell me. You tell me what's going on here. I got one better than that. You ready?
Oh, that's a whole different story.
Go up to it again. Type in. You see what I've got right there? Type in baby girl.
You'll see in a minute.
Bow knot soft sole crib shoe sneaker. Baby Girls Princess Bonot Soft Sole Crib Shoes Sneaker.
Oh no, what is it? Oh my God. That's an adrenochrome crown. That's what the top of the coronavirus looks like too.
Here's
Jesus.
some right here. Only $9,999.
So one of the things they did find out, let me explain this better. In a marketplace setting, an online marketplace, sometimes one of the things that decides how high you rank when someone searches for something is available products, how many products you have available, how much you're selling, how much you move. There were vendors that were pricing stuff out of what people were willing to pay for it, for sure, just so they would rank higher rather than putting it out of stock. That was documented and happened on several marketplaces. Let me do Ollie right quick because he's gonna climb on all over me, huh?
He's just giving night.
Oh,
He's got to get to bed.
all right, Ollie. You got your first big day of school tomorrow, so you want to tell everybody night?
But I want to play on headset.
You want to play on the
I'll
headset?
let you get on it for a
It's
minute.
charging in the living room. All right, tell everybody what you want to say.
Why you buy all in 9
No, tell them it's your first day of school tomorrow.
I put down go.
What school? What grade are you in?
Kindergarten.
And what's your teacher's name?
When did
Miss Gina. Okay. All right. Well, tell everybody say love you.
why you
Good night.
gonna
Give me a kiss.
He's giving you a hug.
It looks bad on the camera. Brad will be calling me out, telling people I work at Walmart. There's proof. I took a video at Walmart today. Let me turn back on the noise filters right quick. Anyways, there were companies that were proven they would take a $5 item and price it for $10,000 just so they could keep it in stock and no one would buy it because they couldn't fill the order anyways. But what that did is basically the way search algorithms work in a very, very oversimplified way is on a marketplace or anywhere really. If you think of it as a score system and whoever has the highest score gets shown first when you search for something. So if I'm searching for Baby Girls Princess Bonot Soft Sole Crib Shoes, there's a score system. Whoever has the highest score wins. And they might count customer feedback, shipping times, variety of products, number of products listed, how many sold units, popularity, how many times you've shown up before, backlinks, seller rank, not reviews, but how you're ranked through the store, what your seller number is. And people were, instead of taking down products, they were just pricing them out of what anybody would pay for them to keep their rank up high, their numbers up high, so they show up quicker. What are you saying, Bradley? Can't hear you.
You tell me what's going on. That's on Walmart, not Wayfair, Walmart.
Woo!
They have got my last penny, period.
Penny, period.
I got to buy something that costs twice as much. I'll never give another dime to them Walmart again, ever. Okay? Now,
What is this proof of? How is this proof? What if I told you that I sell gasoline out of my house and I sell it for $6 million a gallon? Would you then accuse me of, I don't know, assassinating camels? Because the link is about the same, dumbass.
here's what I want you to do. Okay? I want you to share this, get it out everywhere. Now,
Because I'm losing popularity and I need this out there.
real quick, and then get it on. I'm gonna put it on Telegram and I'll put it on my Rumble channel. Okay. But you need to get it and get it spread. Okay. Get it spread. Boycott Walmart. These people are sick. just like 17 said.
Look, I wish I'm not a big fan of mega stores. I wish everything was small business, locally owned, blah blah blah. But there are times that the convenience overrides my wishes, and there's stuff that I have to have that no one around here sells. I can't have that. There's like my little town closes up at 5 p.m. Even the hardware store closes at like 6 on Fridays, 5 p.m. the rest of the week. Like sometimes I gotta have shit.
These people are sick. I don't care if it's not sold by Walmart, but a third-party vendor. Walmart's responsible for what's on their deal. And I can tell you another thing. Walmart is in on all of it. Just
Prove their kids. Prove Walmart's in on it.
all of it. All right? And I've got some other stuff
There you go, Thomas.
about that, too.
For sure.
All right? So, and
Apparently, from what I've read about Sam Walton, he was actually a pretty decent guy. He doesn't own it anymore. I guess the rest of his family does, but he was actually a really good guy.
somebody said Walmart owns Wayfair. We may be getting to that
Walmart doesn't own Wayfair either. I think that's just a rumor.
tomorrow night.
We looked it up last night.
All right, I'm going to try to also get. We're doing our best to get Rand Paul at our event in Kentucky on September 10th and 11th, and yeah, I know Walmart had.
Yeah, we did a house tour of his house one time, his $1 million home.
Third-party sellers. I understand all that, okay, but it's on their website, okay. You wouldn't let third-party sellers sell stuff like that on your website. They know what's going on.
Well, I don't know if you guys noticed, but they were out of stock. The price was that expensive, plus they were all listed as out of stock. So they might have been doing that. Instead of taking down their stock, they price it to a ridiculous price, and that keeps them high in the search algorithm.
They know exactly what's going on, okay? Now, so here's the deal. We're going to try to get Rand Paul at our event on September 10th and 11th. Again, if you want tickets, you can go to GodandCountryReunion.com or BradBartonUSA.com and get tickets.
How much are your tickets? Because if they seem slightly high, you're selling babies, allegedly.
Okay, listen, it's going to be huge. We are going to, they're closing all stores in other countries already. Well, let me tell you this. I'll give you a little hint, okay? That's something I'm going to talk about tomorrow night. Look up, see if you can see, or if you had a Walmart in your area, especially in the South, in the southern United States.
The southern.
Walmart in your area shut down this weekend. Shut down Saturday and Sunday. I want you to let me know in the comments. They said they were cleaning for the C word. Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of Walmarts that are doing a deep cleanse thing. There's a lot of companies that are doing that. They claim it's more for employees than it is, because there's a big difference between me going in there for 10 minutes and grabbing a few things and the person who works there 8 hours a day, 4 days a week, stocking the shelves.
Whatever. Okay? There's crap going on there. I promise you. Okay? So anyway, we need to be praying.
They've been on a big Walmart kick, dude.
And we have got to stand up. You've got to get off your butt, and you've got to do something. Quit talking about it's going to cost me money. It's going to cost you your life if you don't. Okay?
The only tunnels I've ever seen under a Walmart are retaining ponds and drainage ditches. And the reasons those exist is right now, if you build anything with a parking lot, well, maybe it changed some under Trump. Under Obama, if you built anything with a parking lot that cars could leak oil in, it had to have a drainage system and a retaining pond to hold that and let that shit settle out. It's a grassy system to where it uses the earth to capture some of the contaminants rather than getting them back into the water supply. They had to have that. Actually, Walmart was one of the first major stores they forced to comply under federal law because they're so spread out. There were single state only stores that didn't contribute to interstate commerce, They got away with it for a long time, but now everybody has to comply.
This word people understand is money. That's the only word they understand. You shut off the money.
Us too, Rita. Ours is ours was a 24-hour Walmart, which was strange. I like to go in there early in the morning because I didn't have to see anybody, because we didn't need a 24-hour Walmart. But now they started closing at 10 p.m. because of the virus. And I don't think they're ever going back to 24 hours, and anything they need, they're actually, like cleaning or whatever, they do it while it's closed. But there's still a lot of Walmarts that are still open 24 hours. Those are the ones that are going to be closing down, for the deep cleaning. They're hiring third-party companies to do it. Somebody's making a shit ton on contracts, is what I think's happening.
They change. Okay, I've got a lot of stuff I'm going to give you tomorrow night.
Let's get out of here, Brad.
It's going to be all right because of that.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Okay, so I'm going to probably rip it off of here. I'll have it on.
Him and Lynn Wood will be at Walmart by the end of the day. Guaranteed. All right, so that was Brad's little update on his Intel guy. He thinks he's cornered the market on Intel. Well, I tell you, he hasn't, okay? He has not cornered the market on Intel. That is not true. So, now bear with me and let me tell this story without any interruptions, okay? Actually, let me check this link first, or I will forget. I'm so fucking forgetful. Rescue said he sent a link about something funny in the chat. Oh, he might have just sent it to me. Hold on. Oh, man. Let's see what this one is. This is a YouTube video. Oh, I've personally seen this, but I don't think I've ever showed this. Little update on Brad.
Thank you for watching Next Scam Advisor. Today we are talking about BradBurtonUSA.com. No, if it's scam or legit, you should know about it. BradBurtonUSA.com. Stay connected with this video to know this.
So this is called Brad Barton USA, Brad Barton USA, BradBartonUSA.com. Watch to know the full details.
Brad Burton USA. It is a portal that is built by the influencer who is fed up with the company's censorship. Brad hosts a live talk show every day that has great content with unbiased truth. Brad Burton, the founder, believes that everyone must get back to the truth without regret or doubts about the host. Brad Burton is the host and founder of the website BradBurtonUSA.com. Created the portal very recently. He is a great speaker and influencer who desires to look forward that the United States comes back to its prime rules and postulates. Comments your thought about this website in this product. Please like this video, and if you have not subscribed my channel, please subscribe my channel and press the bell icon.
He labeled it as that the website, he doesn't say it in the video, but he shared this on this Indian guy shared it on his Facebook page. And he was labeling it as it was unsafe to put your credit card information in. I don't know if that's true. I've not checked it out, but that's what that Indian guy said on his Facebook. All right. So give me a second to get through all this information. Someone reached out to me today and said, hey, I know that you kind of tore up Brad over some information he dropped, but I've got some information to drop as well. And I can validate it. Okay? So I said, well, I'm going to need, I'm going to need a little bit more than this, what we got here. And he said, well, let's just say I work in D.C. And I said, well, that makes sense that you work in D.C. And he said, I am I work in D.C. And I can get information pretty easily from some of my contacts. And I said, oh, are you like a cop? And he said, sort of. And I said, okay, well, do you mind sending me a picture in uniform before we even start, before you even drop your intel? Do you mind sending me a picture of you in uniform? And he did, and then we started talking, and he claims that where he works at, he's seen a couple of people with Mr. T. Okay, so I'm gonna go through this little story. He tells us, he says he was at work. Mr. T came in. And then a certain man that you guys might recognize. Maybe he looks a little bit like this. Maybe he looks like a little JFK. It starts with a J, ends with an FK. And I said, man, that's crazy. But let me validate the guy. So I asked him for a picture of him in uniform, and he said no problem. Let me grab it right quick. He said no problem. I can send you that. Hold on just a second. And I said, good, because I'm going to need to see it. And he said, oh yeah, I can validate that. And I said, okay, well I'm gonna need to see you in uniform. And he said, do you mind if I black out my face? And I said, I don't care, as long as it's you in uniform. That's all I need to see. So it was a little bit weird when he sent me a picture, but this is actually what he sent. So I thought, well, that's a strange picture to send anybody. Where's your shirt at? And he said, oh, this was for a photo shoot we did. And I said, okay, sure. That kind of makes sense. And I said, but your badge is not listed. He said, man, I'm not sending anybody a picture of my badge. And I said, well, that's fine. If you don't want to send your badge out, okay, that's fine. If you don't want to send your badge, don't send your badge. But I said, can you send me, I'm sure your job or your department issued you a weapon. Can you send me a picture of your issued weapon? And he said, yeah, but it's a little bit different than probably what you're used to. And I said, man, I was in the military. I worked in the armory. I've seen a lot of weapons. And he said, not like this. And then he sent me a picture that looked like this. And I thought, that's weird. I've never seen anybody carry in this configuration. But clearly there's a weapon there. And then I thought, man, you don't even have a shirt. I'm pretty sure you just sent me a picture of your dick. I thought you said you were a cop. And he said, no, I'm not a cop. I actually work at DC Hunks All-Male Review. But we get a lot of politicians in here. We get a lot of politicians in here. And I said, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. And he said, you can see me on the homepage. That's my uniform. But, of course, they Photoshopped my face off. And he was able to tell me that once a week, sometimes twice a week, but at least on every Tuesday, remember what they say about twos, 3, 2, 2, 3, skull and bones, skull and bones, skull and bones. Every Tuesday that Mr. T and one Mr. Starts with a J, ends with an FK comes in. You know what I'm saying? So I believe this. And I appreciate him reaching out to me. This is DC Hunks All-Male Review. He sent me a picture of his weapon. He sent me a picture of his uniform. I think I can completely validate. It's the same as Brad validated his. This guy works with federal officials when they're a little bit tipsy and when they want a mustache ride. I think that's probably when they're most honest. You know what I'm saying? So I think just as legitimate as Brad's source is, mine is as well. And I appreciate him reaching out. He did say that that later on, after we talked and he got a little bit more comfortable with me, he said he didn't mind if I revealed his face. And I said, man, I don't have to do that. Like, I don't have to show you who you are. And he's like, no, it's no big deal. I don't mind. I might kind of like it. I kind of like attention. That's how I got here, this and lots of daddy issues. And I said, oh, okay, well, if you send me a face picture and you really want me to reveal it, I will. I got no problem with that. And then, so he sent me a full face reveal. And this was him. And at first I thought, that looks like an honest guy. I don't know this guy, never seen him before, but he looks like he's telling the truth. If I had to picture someone telling the truth, it would be this guy right here. This is my new DC informant that works at DC Hunks All-Male Review. Seems like a real stand-up guy. He's seen Donald Trump. He's seen JFK. He's seen JFK Jr. He's seen Fauci running away, being chased by military members. He's seen the arrest. He's seen the tunnels. He's seen the babies. It's this guy right here. We're going to call him Agent D, mostly because he sent me a dick pic, but we'll eventually fill in A, B, and C. But this is Agent D, who works at DC Hunks All Male Review. And like I said, I mean, he sent the pictures. He backed it up. That's him. Clearly, this is him. Oh.
Send that link to the frogs.
Maybe I will. Thank you very much, Bulldozer. $20 into the cult. I appreciate it. He went above and beyond to clearly show me that he was real. I mean, how many people would send you their issued weapon? I know he's not a police officer, but still, I'm assuming they issued this to him. I don't know. Maybe he came with his own and they just let him use it at work. But either way, DC Hunks, All Male Review. You guys need their location from 12 p.m. to midnight. So there you go. They're located on North. Wait a second. Wait just a second. I just found another boom. They're located on North 17th Street. North 17th Street. Don't you worry about it. Anyways, he's seen, this is clearly the place for the Ultimate Ladies Night Out, male review shows for bachelorettes, birthday girls, and politicians. There we go. Now we know where all this come from. There's one more set of images I want to show. Apparently, Mad Max Maddie, as you guys might know her from the Intel Lady. If you're not subscribed to the Intel Lady, make sure you subscribe over there. Mad Max Maddie has been very upset with someone who follows our show. And I apologize to this guy. I didn't know he got kicked off Facebook. I just hadn't heard from him in a while. And he sent me these in his email. But Mad Max Maddie is very upset with one of our people. So let's pull this up. So this is a comment that was left on Rumble, and she's responding to it. And she says, cyberstalking constitutes the use of the World Wide Web, i.e. the internet, electronic mail, or other electronic communications to stalk. It generally refers to a pattern of threatening or malicious behaviors and may be considered the most dangerous of the three types. Sorry, I thought I was going to burp. 3 types of internet harassment based on posing credible threat of harm. Penalties range from misdemeanor to felony. See Cal Civil Code 1708.7, Cal Penal Code 649.9. Cyber harassment is different from cyber stalking since it may not involve a credible threat. It usually pertains to threatening or harassing email messages, instant messages, or to blog entries, websites dedicated solely to tormenting a person. Some state legislators have dealt with this issue by inserting provisions which address electronic communications and general harassment statutes, while others have created standalone cyber harassment statutes. See Cal Penal Code 422, 653.2, and 653M. So the only reasonable response to someone saying some shit like that is, of course, this. Wait, you are a sovereign constitution lawyer who doesn't recognize the laws of the bankrupt corporation, so how is this going to work for you? Bring the noise, friend. Bring the noise. I appreciate that. That was a good way to call her out. She doesn't believe in our laws, but now she's going to use them to her advantage because she's now a sovereign. Thank you for sending that in. I appreciate that. What does your constitutional sovereign law say about cyberbullying? Considering you only go by the Constitution doesn't mention the internet. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you for sending that in. I appreciate it. And let's grab this video. So this guy we've watched before. His name's Man of Truth. He's a big 107 fan. He's a big Scott McKay fan. He's a big fan of lots of people. And he also believes that he's got some deep intel to drop on us. Let's see what he's got to say.
Okay, folks, we're in Salem, Utah. Salem means City of Peace, I guess. And this is Saturday, August 7th at about 8:07 p.m. And right there, that's called, let's see, it's called Knoll Park. And there's going to be some great country rock and roll from a band called Lonesome Rails from Magny. It's a family band right here. And they're going to be playing at 7:30, but we're going to have Patriot Family Night starting at 7. So I would say be there or be square. I'm going to be here, and already some people have some inside information, but here's an official video from Man of Truth about this.
Some people already have some official insider information, but here's an official non-insider video from Man of Truth.
I talk about Nino, Juan, JFK Jr., so don't go away. We're going to talk some
That's right, Mark.
truths. I mean, real deep. But we're going to drive around a little bit here and show you how beautiful Payson is so that you'll be motivated if you're somewhere not too far away to come here at 7 o'clock on Monday. This Monday coming up, which is today's the 7th, 8th, 9th. So I guess the 9th, Monday night. It's going to be a good show. The sound engineer is like super professional. It's great. And country music. Love it. It's called Salem Days. And look at this pond. We're going to drive around it, folks, real quick. Yep, there's some Russian willows. Look at the sun. Oh my, yep. I think we're going to go this way. Salem is a
I can feel intel already coming out. Salem, Utah. The center of the Patriot movement.
She didn't get a copyright violation, which is look at that sunset, and it's beautiful. Almost make you cry. I was born in a small town. It's a very nice town here.
What?
So as far as last day stuff go, we're not disappointed.
Hey, that's a rolling stop, brother.
In California and Oregon that are bringing this down here, and I guess it was way worse in Idaho. So a lot of destruction continues to happen, folks. But right here in Salem, Monday night, here we'll come on down here and show you. This is State Street, which, like I said before, goes to Salt Lake and all the way down to the border with Arizona. Okay, so look at this pond, isn't it? Look at our fishing right there. You can fish here and kayak, SUP. It's a beautiful area, and so already some folks are coming. Folks are coming from Mapleton, Spanish Fork, and Provo, and street. There's all kinds of cool things down here. I think there's a high school. And you know one thing about being out here in this rural area is there's a lot of teenagers that are into the Constitution. Like when I wear my Trump Kennedy shirt around, I gotta be careful because there's all this construction. There's people like, I'll get like teenagers that like will say cool shirt. Not a lot of adults are like, oh man, was this guy crazy or is it true? Well, I guess check out this drive. Look what I'm driving through. I'm driving through the cones. The cone zone.
Oh, Tim Ballard and his underground rescue, whatever, underground railroad thing is fucking based out of Utah, isn't it?
What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna focus on the. By the grace of God, I got somebody to film, so because this would be scarier than driving with a trucks down State Street. Okay. So I'm gonna talk. Yeah, let's go deep here.
Yeah, he doesn't look a bit like a psychopath at all.
Street Fighter, which I think I'm gonna wear a shirt because I've got one. I bought a Patriot Street Fighter shirt when Scott McKay was here, and
he's got Patriot Street Fighter gear, so boom, right off the bat, huh?
And there's so much going on, but Scott McKay, like Scott said, Friday night, the general, his father.
Look, guys, look. The reason I brought that stripper up from D.C. wasn't to tell you something you didn't know, okay? It was confirmation that we know that Trump and Kennedy like to go to male strip clubs. Okay? And that's all I'm going to say about that. It was confirmation. Whew. Me and Brad in the same boat over here.
Gave his final salute. Passed away. Scott was going to have an interview on Friday with...
Gave his final salute. Passed away. That's almost the exact same word Scott used. That's weird.
Scott said Friday night, the general, his father, gave his final salute. Passed away. Scott was going to have an interview on Friday with our favorite guy, and listening to the interview, Michael, -48, I'll say it, okay? Go ahead and try to kill me.
Our guy, Michael, -48, I'll say it. Go ahead and try to kill me. Or go ahead and kill me.
Listening to the interview, Michael, -48, I'll say it, okay? Go ahead and try to kill me.
Try to kill me.
John, okay?
John fucking John. Do you hear me? John. -48. The reason he knows so many crazy things, like JFK Jr. is Jesse Waters, JFK Jr. is Mike Lindell, JFK Jr. is the black guy on the Fox 5, JFK Jr. is John Durham, JFK Jr. is an actor, is because he is JFK Jr. John. I'll say it. Go ahead and kill me.
Michael, -48, I'll say it, okay? Go ahead and try to kill me. John, okay? It sounded just like him. The depth of knowledge and the way he talked about everything. It was JFK Jr. talking with Scott McKay. Scott McKay knows it, and then Scott McKay goes, well, 107 told me to do this, and I'm like, just things are coming together, folks.
Oh, yeah, things are coming together. Actually, I think there's some in the community pushing for a giant round table.
Like with Nino.
It better be real fucking round if you're going to offset the gravity from some of the members of the Froggets.
It's a great store up here, Stokes. People are nice. And almost everybody doesn't wear a forking mask around here. They believe in free breathing. Okay? We need an amendment, free breathing. But it was...
Go ahead and kill me. Do it. I know who he is in a video game.
Oh. It's just, oh, look at the sunset there. It's worth it just...
That's weird, Tablet.
And for you overseas, and you know, you people in New Zealand, you're hitting it, and you people in England and London, and I've got Attila. I guess he's got people in Poland.
The Hun?
And they... Oh my gosh, maybe I'll drive by and see if the Swan's there. The people in Poland are really... I think maybe it's Hungary and Poland, but they're very secure about their borders. So, when I was listening to Patriot Street Fighter, and it was Patriot Street Fighter 21. Okay, enough said. Patriot Street Fighter.
That's already been taken down. They already took down Patriot Street Fighter 21. It doesn't last more than a day now. And his views don't bounce back nearly as quickly.
21, check it out. Because it was John on with this Sabrina girl, Luke, who walks around Washington, D.C., and Scott McKay. I get chills thinking about talking about major intel. And so you folks that don't, anyway, on Telegram, I really go for a lot of forking truth because I can. So it's called Man of Truth Channel on Telegram. It's Man of Truth Channel. That's what I got.
Mano Truth Channel on Telegram. Mano Truth Channel.
Got like 900 subs. I don't care about the subs, but I care about conveying information. And I'm glad that thousands of people can watch me on YouTube, even though I've been forked by.
The Khazarians are trying out a new speech recognition software they use on Man of Truth videos, but it doesn't pick up whispering. You have to be above a certain decibel level for it to work. They don't want to ruin secrets. That wouldn't be fun at all.
Let's see if it's not, you know, we still won't see it. Oh, there it is. See it?
There, you see it? You see it? It's John in a boat, on a plane, in a field.
And look at how green it is because of all the stuff we had, all the rain. So when I heard John...
Beautiful.
Negative 48, it just was so heartwarming. And so, if I was you, I would go to Man of Truth Channel on Telegram, and I would also, hey, you guys might recognize the place coming up.
I would like to say that this guy is just crazy and unhinged and a small minority of what's going on. This motherfucker is the average viewer. I've seen enough of them. This is the average Scott McKay catches every fucking show, worshiper, join all the Telegram, spread all the intel, and chat all fucking day on Telegram.
I would also go to -48 on Telegram. Death. Because it's always discernment. You got to pick what you're going to watch.
Death. Would you go to -48 on Telegram? Death, my homie.
Where you're going to watch it. And it's not easy to get good intel. Look at those little sheepies and stuff. Oh my gosh. Here's the road.
Ooh.
Up here.
Not a great look.
John. Excuse me, -48. Excuse me, Michael. Excuse me, Quanto Saban. And then he started getting excited, and it sounded like he almost metamorphosized into Quanto Saban's voice. So I'll let that, no matter what happens, I'm not going to freak out. American flag. But the depth of knowledge of this guy, Michael, -48 on Scott's show is so extensive. He went back to like 1950, where this guy called Myron Fagan was really teaching what was really forking going on.
Myron Fagan really forking going on.
And I have a Myron Fagan cassette tape from 1985 because of what I did with Dan Skousen and JBS. And sure enough, -48 posted like it was an LP done by Myron Fagan about the whole history of the guys that think they're illuminated, or the folks that do, all the way back to
the folks that think they're illuminated is the Illuminati. Yeah, probably. Hold on.
1700s and before. So it's very educational. It's very profound. And this weekend, oh my gosh, something's going down here in Spanish Fork. Oh my gosh, there's always something going on. But man, check it out. What Utah County Fair? Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad I'm driving by here filming a video. But today is such a massive intel drop. Oh, this is awesome. Today is such a massive intel drop in Washington, D.C. and everything. Oh my gosh, that guy's climbing ropes. It looks like the Gladiator or something. But the stuff in Washington is blowing my mind, whether it's Nancy Drew or Richard Citizen Journal guy.
Richard Citizen Journal guy.
Attila is in Washington, D.C., you guys. Attila's there. Ooh, fresh peach shakes.
The Hun. Attila the Hun.
Lebanon's. So I'm happy, I'm excited, but the intel drops this weekend. I'm barely out and checking out the smoky area here, but what's going on in DC. And then I talked to a guy that knows a lot about stuff today that loves President Trump. Has a message on his front lawn. It's like huge. It's huge. Like I still got the Trump one with the Q in it that somebody put on my truck. That's great. So he said the military is super active right now. So I think everybody should pray for those people. You know, I put it on my Telegram channel. There's a clip about, that's a beautiful Spanish word, a clip about what the military is doing. And they're down there with goggles saving the children, risking their lives.
There's a clip about, I got to go to his channel now.
So bad when they come out of the tunnels, some of them have to use med beds to kind of heal the mental wounds from the things they're seeing. So, the other thing I wanted to say in this message today on Saturday is that Nino feels that Quan talks about it. Quan handles a lot of information in a very professional way.
Quan.
IQ's right up there with the Trumpster. F, way up there with the Trumpster. You know, like way north of 160. Makes Einstein look like I'll drop that one. But not nearly in the same league as Quan and Trump.
Quan.
One thing you can say is with these smoky skies, the sun is just real orange and incredible. Go Ford F-150. Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
And so I know I go all over the place. Maybe I want to be like, maybe I'm like Phil McConnell. So I meet this country guy and he's doing work and he goes, yeah, Ford F-150. The only thing is it's a car. I thought it does drive like a car. It drives beautifully. It's a phenomenal vehicle. God bless you, Ford. Peace with you, Dodge Ram owners and Chevy guys. That's cool, but it does drive very, very nice. Okay, I'm going to try to make a left here and catch some of that sun. Go Ford F-150. Ooh, come on.
Why does he talk to his car and tell it to go by make and model when he's pulling out in front of someone? What the fuck is that about? Go Ford F-150, 2018 model. King Ranch trim package. Go.
Yep. God loves us, you guys. Look at this. I'm just driving around. Got to make a video today because so much is going on. And look at that sun. You know, if that didn't come up for 2 days, we're toast. The earth would freeze. Oh my gosh, look at that. So beautiful.
That is beautiful.
A tremendous amount of stuff is going on.
Go Ford F-150.
Which is not me. I'm like you guys. I search the internet for
It's
information.
voice activated.
I'm not watching the NBA.
Slow dump truck.
Weightlifters that seem a little bit strange. And I'll tell you, folks.
I find them because they're fucking titles. JFK Jr., Scott McKay, Nino, 107 Monday in the park. How could you not click on that?
Just up here. The White Hats are way ahead of the game. They've decapitated the beast. And somebody, I don't know if it was Nino or somebody, made a really good comment. It's kind of like you crushed the head of the snake and the tail's still like whipping around like crazy.
There you go.
We're going to deal with lots of stuff in the next few weeks, maybe even months, maybe for a while. But of course, we never, ever, 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 ever give up. But, you know, there's miracles every day, and people are risking their lives to save the children right now every day. And this smoke stuff, you know, there's weather stuff going on, there's weather warfare. And another guy hit it right on the button. I think it was Scott or somebody. This is spiritual war. It's spiritual warfare. This is between Lucifer and Satan. And that's why it's good to try to...
They're fucking?
We are living in an epic time, in an epic week. So I think that probably we won't be having Patriot Family Night in the park, you know, a month from now, because it looks like there's some people that are going to go for the lockdown again. So I really think if you want to see some fellow patriots and you're around here, let's hang out. Salem Park, 7 o'clock on Monday. I will be there. Some other folks will be there, and it'll just be good to see each other. I hope the bodybuilder guy comes. Oh, I've already got commitment from the truck with the horn and the biggest Trump flag I've ever seen. They won't be there. Oh, yeah. And maybe even, well, we'll see about Singer Girl. She'll maybe have to not sing. She's always willing to sing.
Does he just describe people by what they do? I hope bodybuilder guy's there. And I don't know if you guys remember Dump Truck Man. Oh, and Garbage Truck Guy. And I hope Singer Lady shows.
It's a concert, so she maybe should have belt out in the Patriotic too while they're playing country bluegrass. Okay, let's drive past up here. I wonder how long it's been going on here. Let me kind of just check this out. 60 minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and shoot this part of the vid. No, I'm gonna give it to my filmer right now because kind of keep the truck. You know, because I hear that if you crash your truck with the shortages, it's hard to get parts. And so somebody told me 1 out of 4 F-150, 1 out of 4 Ford F-150s are sitting on. They can't go because they don't have parts to fix them. So there's shortages, folks.
I don't think that's true.
And there's people that like to see the supply chain disrupted. There's people that don't want America to make a comeback. It's hard to believe, but it's true. And I think the more you listen to Juan O'Savin and some of this stuff, you'll understand it better. And especially listen to JFK Jr., okay? Whether you call him Michael or Negative 48 or whatever.
Okay.
Drops are boom, 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 boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom! God damn it, he got me hype.
Glad you folks could drive past the Utah County Fair with me.
Calm down. It's not a contest. If it was, I would fucking beat your old ass.
And what's going on worldwide is more important. There's people that are getting beat up seriously in New Zealand, I don't know about New Zealand, Australia, London, and people are rising up for their rights. And it's just great. Look at this. Yesterday's rodeo and now another thing. God bless America, folks. God bless the USA.
God bless rodeos.
Reaches 1 or 2 people.
Can I get a hey, man?
If you can reach one person to reach out.
Hey, man.
And if you're around Utah County, come to the park on Monday at 7 and meet some fellow patriots. When we did that drive down, you could tell I was so excited, you know, screaming and yelling because the Trump flag and the horn and the bodybuilder guy and...
You could tell. Look, I'm not going to lie. I was yelling and screaming because I was excited. There was a Trump flag, there was a horn, and there was a bodybuilder. Who wouldn't be yelling and screaming? Y'all are fucking dead inside. Boom!
Everything, it just was awesome. And the other guys, it just was great. So, if you want to meet face-to-face with Patriots, Monday, 7 o'clock, Salem, just up this way. You can get off at Spanish Fork exit, type it in. Salem Pond, Knoll Park. I and other folks will be there at 7. We'll be hanging out. And Patriots family night. Okay? Rock on. Be there or be square. Ciao.
Okay, I did have to go to his page to find up. He says he's got actual video evidence of the troops battling underground dumbs and rescuing children. I have found the video. Let's see how it goes. I'm betting copywritten music. The Modern Battlefield is what this is called. Yes, that's absolutely copywritten music. I've come to talk with you again. This is the proof you needed. The sounds, silence. Clearly, this is underground battle. Haven't seen a tunnel yet. The guy with a puppy and oh no. Let me tell you something. If you've never seen a helicopter and Rangers fast roping from that helicopter in a tunnel, you haven't lived. I do right now. Of silence. I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. Why do people call this evidence? Why? Why? What? You don't even know what this is. A lot of these peoples are probably from the battle group. I don't know if you guys know this, but when you go on a deployment, a lot of times, especially in the age of like digital technology, not only will you have like a regimental or whatever. I was in Cav, so everything's different. But a photographer going around, but they'll also collect photos. Like if you took some photos, blah blah blah, like some inspirational shit, they'll throw them together and then somebody will email it out through the FRG or some shit. You get a bunch of these pictures. Songs never sang. No one cared. Of silence. All I've seen is movies, posed pictures, and a few pictures from Iraq, Afghanistan, and a few from the field. What it literally says, Modern Battlefield, WRAP, W-R-A-P, WRAP troops, full cleaning of underground and surface in full combat process. Thank you to our brave soldier heroes. He could have, or at least made the picture dark to where it doesn't look like they're sitting out in the sun. Sure, Garrett. Uh-oh. There's a good one. Oh, no. They made. It's a good song. I just can't play it for you guys. They should have played the Bad Wolf Zombies. The Zombies remake from the Cranberries. Down, down, down. Pow, pow, pow. Dun, dun, dun. There's the Electric Strawberry.
Of silence.
Down, 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 down. No, I like the remake better. Actually, there's a Bad Wolves was supposed to perform that with what's her name from the Cranberries. She died like the week before they were supposed to do it. It's actually a really good song. Anyways, that's his proof. Clearly, and his Telegram channel is not Man of War or Man of Truth channel. It is Man of War. It is Man of Truth Official. Man of Truth Official is his channel. He didn't even get it right when he named it. But, yeah, what are we expecting here? You saw the guy, right? You know what he looks like. He's not the greatest. By the way, Brad's going viral on Telegram. No credit given to him, but still. I can't play the audio, but it says his high-level military source just confirmed information on JFK Jr. He was given permission to release the information on 8/6/21. And then it says, wow, For You page, viral, For You page, Trump 2024, JFK Jr. There's all the hashtags on it. But Brad's not getting any fucking credit for it. We have, let's see, what do we want to move into next? So, Mad Max Maddie is very mad to the max, for sure. We're going to have to talk about this. Let's start with When Jesus Stops the Devil from Mad Max Maddie. Here we go. Oh, she's a rumbler now, by the way. And clearly a shapeshifter, look.
Everyone. Okay, so I wanted to come on here real quick. I wanted to expose something, but I wanted to do it speaking because I wanted to talk about it and not do it in writing just because I just think the Lord is so amazing. So I'm sitting here with Jesus with no makeup on. So here, this is just me as I am.
His name's Jesus, and he's your gardener. Please stop calling him Jesus. You're starting to disturb him.
I was watching a night of Spirit and Truth I had posted on my Instagram with Johnny and Elizabeth Enlow and Nathan, and I don't know Nathan's last name, so I apologize. And then the other worship leaders and all the other ones that were there. I mean, it's just such an amazing, just Spirit-filled night. Now, I was not personally there. This is something that I watched. But as I was watching it, I was like, wow, there is a battle of good and evil. I mean, there were literally demons and angels battling on the stage when Johnny and Elizabeth were talking, and I saw it with Nathan. And I actually had fast forwarded to watch Johnny and Elizabeth and then Nathan. And I actually was like, well, I'm going to go back and watch because I'm seeing the devil, basically demons and angels fighting during this time. And I thought it was crazy. This is when I first saw the demons show up. Johnny had said, this is what he said. And I think it was really important. And so I want to...
Oh, wait. We can always go back and talk about angels and demons. It looks like we have breaking news. What is this? Breaking news. First time here, folks. You're going to see it. This is the intel we're after. This was posted very recently. Let's just say that. Where's he going? Oh no. Okay. Oh shit. Is that the satanic FEMA baby cabal gates? Hey, 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 hey! You locking us in here? What's this about?
Walmart
I knew you were bad news, Walmart.
security gates are coming to a store near you.
Jesus. Now what are we gonna do? We've had it, folks. Maybe Jesus and the devil can save us.
He said, a lot of us are looking at the enemy and miss the story of the moment. The story of the sovereign Lord is to heal the brokenhearted, set the captives free, and restore the city. Then a huge thunder happens, which is like, man, it was like the timing of it. So the thunder happens, and then he continues to speak, and then all of a sudden 4 angels show up, and then demons show up, and they're
And the devil jumped up on a hickory stump and said, Madison, let me tell you what. Oh, now I heard you make a pretty good adult film, but give the devil his due.
there's this battle just going like back and forth. I mean, these demons are
I bet a dildo of gold against your soul because I think I'm a better screw.
trying to come at Johnny and Elizabeth and Nathan. This is what I'm first seeing. And I'm like, I had to keep pausing it and restarting and pausing and restarting. And every time I paused it and restarted it, I could see the demons and the angels like more clear. And like, man, the Lord is moving that night. I mean, crazy moving. And what I didn't know was that there was a Garth Brooks not far from where this anointing and this spirit led, like godly anointed people are worshiping Jesus. And just
she said, my name's Maddie. And it might be a sin, but I'll take your bet. You're going to regret because I've had 3 different men.
just so you all know, when they were doing this worship night, they were giving the land back to Jesus. They had oil, they were anointing, they were praying, whether they knew it or not. That night, they were giving that land that they were on back to Jesus. They had built an altar, a pure altar, which I just absolutely love.
Oh, she's talking about Jesus altars. I thought she was talking about something else.
A condemned altar where these pastors have twisted Jesus for us. So they were giving the land back to Jesus, which is so amazing, but now you see why the devil was so mad. And this Garth Brooks concert, people had to run for cover. Garth didn't even get to be on stage.
Garth Brooks?
Because of the rain and the thunder and everything that was going on.
And the thunder rolls and the lightning strikes. Another love grows cold, darling, on a sleepless night. As the storm goes on out of control. That's a song, Madison. You're not telling us a story. That's a song.
And Garth is 110%.
Deep in her heart, the thunder rolls.
An evil, horrible person. I do not doubt that Jesus was there stopping Garth Brooks and the devil.
She is talking about Garth Brooks. She headed down the hallway through the bedroom door. She reached for the pistol, kept in the dresser drawer.
To come in on that concert because Jesus was moving. And so Tennessee, a lot's going on in Tennessee. There's a lot of trafficking going on in Tennessee. It's a
Hey, leave my state out of it, lady.
A lot of these country artists have sold out. And so if you guys have not watched it, I posted on my Telegram.
And he won't do this again, 'cause tonight'll be the last night. She's wondered where he's been, and the thunder rolls. bow, 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 and a thunder rolls. Dun, dun, dun.
Facebook.
Thunder rolls.
I mean, just where
Lightning strikes.
shows up at one point. At the end, it's like Jesus is there right before the YouTube video ends. Jesus shows up, and it's just, I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, I honestly wish I was there.
By the way, that's the hidden fourth verse. You only get that at the album or the concerts. They don't play that one on the radio where she goes and gets a pistol and shoots his ass.
But the anointing that Jesus has on Johnny and Elizabeth and Nathan and every single person that was there and leading this, it was just amazing. And the devil himself cannot stop what's happening and what's going to happen. The revival is coming. The revival is going to happen. It happens in our hearts. It starts with us. And
well, it starts with us and Garth Brooks, clearly.
one of the verses, or the main verse that Johnny had said, and
is thunder rolls, lightning oh, no, that's the chorus.
I'll end with this, which I thought was amazing.
Raindrops on the windshield. There's a storm moving in.
Lord is upon me because
he's headed back from somewhere that he never should have been.
He has sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering of sight to.
I guess I was wrong. I just don't belong. But then, I've been there before.
The blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised. So the ones that are hurting and the ones that are having a hard time with the things that are going on and the exposures that are happening. Listen, Jesus is there. Go sit at his feet. You can come as you are. You can't stay that way, but come as you are and ask for your forgiveness and then start walking that righteous life. And when I say a righteous life, I'm not talking about a legalistic, God or a judgmental God where it's like everyone's judging everyone and saying you did this. Guess what? Look in your own heart and your own soul. Leave the judgment for Jesus.
My favorite Garth Brooks song, I'm not a huge Garth Brooks fan. My sister's like a really big Garth Brooks fan when we were growing up. Is actually never played on the radio or nothing. It's called Pushing Up Daisies, I think. It's on his CDs and his best hits and stuff, but it was never on the radio. Charge it in there. I'll have to get it later. Thank you, though, bud.
But you don't have to condone sin, but, pointing the finger and this religious spirit that I've seen a lot is just disgusting. So
the man of truth is absolutely real. Somebody tell Dancing Warrior in chat. Like, he's legit crazy.
Anyway, I just wanted to come on there to say, like, look how the Lord works. The devil couldn't go on stage that night, but Jesus sure as heck did. So it was amazing. Just loved it. Go watch it if you haven't. And
this one's for you, buddy.
This is me just as I am. No makeup, nothing. Just sitting here with Jesus and my coffee. I love you.
We got to recoup over here.
Day. Bye. Mwah.
Sometimes my heart is as true as a dove. Sometimes my heart, it betrays me. That's the Garth Brooks song. Righteous Anger is the next one.
My question to you, America, is what are you doing to fight for your country? My question to you, America, is why is the rest of the world...
Wait. The fuck are you doing? In your flat bill 5150 worship hat.
Leading the charge to stand up to their tyrant.
What are you doing to fight? Wait, bitch. You're just making up lies about fucking tribunals and shit. And you call me out.
Governments. Yet here we are in America, sitting on our butts, hiding behind Telegram and Instagram and Facebook and Rumble. Why aren't we standing up to a tyrannical government? They stole our election. They put an illegitimate president.
An illegitimate president. That is a president who's only legitimate on the internet, like email or e-commerce. He's an legitimate president, or he's also legitimate on, if you see him on TV, only if he's on the E network. He's illegitimate.
In the White House, a fake president, actually. They killed our loved ones. They killed our elderly. They killed our businesses. They muzzled our children.
Wait. They who? Because you've put them all behind bars with your testimony, right? So help me God, if I see Matthew McConaughey's coming out with a new movie, I'm going to hunt you down in a video game and ask you why you told us lies.
They're forcing vaccinations so you can work and have a living. The schools are going back, forcing the children to have muzzles on. Why aren't you mad, America? Why aren't you pissed off?
Listen, guys, I know she's not wearing makeup and stuff, but she does have a better side. It's usually when she's bent over a piece of furniture. You can find that at nitroporn.com, nitroporn.com. Look up nitroporn.com, so you're looking for.
Bought, sold, and raped
Faith DeLucia. DeLucia?
me, and I stood up to them. Why aren't you standing up to them? Why aren't you standing up for your children, America? Why aren't you mad? Didn't Martin Luther King fight for us to be able to go peacefully protest in the streets? Why are we not standing up and protesting?
Hey, Beer Man, that's from John Frank. Have you seen Madison's porn? Some of the worst I've seen. Her teeth were all jacked up back then, too. I know what she used her porn money for. Yeah, I would say she got a little straightening. I have seen it. I watched it for several days straight and vigorously. I actually, completely unrelated, while I was watching it for 4 days straight, ended up with some rug burn on a delicate area, if you know what I mean.
Over school boards. Why are we not standing outside these schools and say you will not muzzle our children? Why are we not standing outside of these schools and say you will not vaccinate our children? Why are we not going into businesses and saying you will not force muzzles on people? Why aren't we standing up, America? Why? Because we're lazy? Because they've made us lazy? Because you know what? They're openly coming for our children now. Why aren't you pissed off?
Madison Marquette's her new assumed name. She took her husband's name for a while, Madison, then her husband's last name. She went under Noel, Brianna, Brianna Noel, Brianne Noel, Brianne Noel, Brianna, and Faith DeLucia was the most famous one. I think it's spelled like this. Fayth DeLucia. Like that. That was her most common acting name. Acting.
President Trump fought for us. What the heck are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Why aren't you standing up and saying, this is my president, this is who I voted for? I'm not saying it to incite violence, no, but I'm saying that we can protest. The rest of the world is looking at us. The rest of the world is waiting for us.
You remember, I know it's been a long time ago, especially in internet years. It's been like a fucking lifetime. You remember when Hillary Clinton didn't become president and the left like fucking melted down. They were crying and flopping around on the floor. And we have all these memes of like the woman going, no, and like screaming out and don't put your hands on my pussy and welcome the next Hitler. And we all made jokes about him melting down and we're like, you fucking snowflakes, dumbasses. We wouldn't be like this. We would have lost. We'd have just fucking went home if our guy didn't make it into the White House, blah, blah, blah. Well,
why
didn't
is
age
the rest
well.
of the world leading the charge to stand up to tyrannical governments, yet we're not doing anything? Why, America? Why aren't we standing up? Why aren't we saying enough is enough? I don't get it. We live in a free land. We live in a sovereign land. We're sovereign Americans. Our forefathers fought.
Our forefathers.
For us to have a free land.
Our forward fudge faking forefathers.
And we have the best land in all of the earth. People want to come far and wide to live on this land. Why? Because we're free. But you're giving up that freedom so quickly because you're afraid of BLM.
Right on, right on, right on.
You're afraid of terrorist groups. You're afraid of people that have burned down our country. They've burned down cities. They've burned down statues that are part of our history. But no, are we mad? No. You're afraid. You say, I don't want to go to the streets because I need to get a protest permit. Who the heck says you need to get a protest permit? There are 300 million of us and only 500 of them.
Who says that? I mean, like I know like DC's trying to do that and shit, but there's not people actually getting permits. Or I've never heard anybody complain like we would protest, but we'd have to get a permit. Like I've never heard that. Where are you hearing this at? And why aren't you leading the charge?
Yet we're letting them run our country. We're letting them. We're not saying enough. Why aren't we standing up for the rightful president that should be in office? Why are we just saying trust the plan? Yeah, we should trust the plan, but guess what? That plan includes you. That plan includes you to stand up and say enough's enough so we don't ever end up here again. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if we don't stand up and actually stand up and say enough, we will absolutely end here again. So America, it is time to wake up. Stop being the laughing stock. Stop letting the other countries lead us the way that they are standing up to the tyrant.
I'm starting a new movement called Trust the Flan. Trust the Flan. It's made by eggs, milk, and sugar. It's basically a caramel custard dessert. Trust the Flan.
Tyrannical government. It's time to lead the charge now. It is time, all of us, to say no. It's time to stand up to these businesses that think they can tell you that you need to get a vaccine to work and make a living. No, enough is enough. It's time to stand up. Look how many people they killed. Look how much stuff they killed. They're going to kill us next. They're vaccinating people. That is the Delta variant. Wake up, America. Yeah, I'm pissed off. It is time to stand.
And, coincidentally, have been paid to be pissed on. Have been paid to be pissed on.
Up. It is time to say this is our land. Land of the free because of the brave. We didn't become a free land because of weak people sitting behind social media and being keyboard warriors. We became a free America because of the brave. So who's brave? I'm not saying again to be violent, but we can stand up and we can say enough is enough, and we can go to the streets. Stop letting them kill our businesses and our loved ones. And you know what? They're going to come for our kids. Are we going to let them? I'm not letting them come for my kids. I'm going to tell you that right now. They're going to come for our kids, our guns, and they're coming for our freedom. So time is now, America, to stand up and say, we want the rightful president in office, and we will not live in a communist country because we are a free America. Yeah, am I mad? Absolutely. It's time to wake the heck up, America. So my question...
Wake the heck up, you forkers.
To fight for your freedom. And I'm going to say this. I've said it before. The tyranny stops when we say no. I'm going to say it again. The tyranny stops when we say no. And I'm telling you, I am done with the tyranny.
Never trust anyone that tells you how to protest or the way you should protest or when you should protest or how you should protest that isn't in the fucking street at a protest. So she says stuff like, I hear people saying we would protest, but we need a permit. Fuck that. Who needs a permit? Well, bitch, you be number one, and the people you're yelling at can be number two. Get down there in the street.
They enslaved me once. They will never enslave me again, and I will fight like hell to ensure that they don't, and that they do not enslave
the enslavement was role play.
My children. So wake up, America. It's time for us
very
to
intense.
And follow what the rest of the world is doing to stand up to their tyrannical governments. Again, peaceful protest, but you know what? If we all protest, then change is going to happen.
Again, peaceful protest, but you know what? If we all protest, then change is going to happen. Wow, what a way to end that shit.
The rest of the world is doing to stand up to their tyrannical governments. Again,
is she locked up or something?
But you know what? If we all protest, then change is going to happen.
She's got one more recent video, but she was featured on Thrive Time apparently.
Yes, 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 and yes. Thrive Nation on today's edition of the Thrive Time.
This is Clay Clark, the most excited man to ever be a closet homosexual that ever existed, allegedly.
Showing your radio and podcast download.
No, seriously, he's a super business guru. This is another reason I want to start covering business gurus. He's found his niche, and it's suckering patriots in. But there's a bunch of other ones that are screwing people in different ways. I'm going to start branching out and covering some of that. But don't believe for a second he's here for you. He's here for the bottom line of his company. He changed his business conference into a patriot conference when he saw how much money it can make.
We are going to have a blasty blast as we interview...
Blasty Blast, also another film that Madison appeared in.
Somebody who's going to share the truth.
The last blast of the Blasty Blast, I think is what it was called.
In a way that I say blast. Normally I like to say blasty blast like we're having a good time, but this will be a blasty blast where I'm pretty confident it won't be a fun event.
Got a full mass with a schoolgirl class giving them the blasty blast. I think was the full title.
But we're going to blast away the facade of corruption that exists in the world of religion. We have a lot of religious fraud going on. We have medical fraud. We know that the models that said that 2.2 million Americans would die from COVID-19. We know those models are false and funded by Bill Gates. We know that the PCR tests are falsely calibrated.
Those models were false, but they weren't funded by Bill Gates. Actually, the guy, this is a whole controversy. The guy who made the 6 million number and 2.2 million in America number, he's a British guy, and he's been wrong every time he's made a prediction. But somehow, this is probably a much more interesting bottom line to get to. Somehow, the federal government keeps paying him money to make wrong predictions. He did the swine flu and said like 3 million people would be dead worldwide. Was way the fuck off. He did SARS-CoV-2 was way the fuck off. He keeps getting paid by the government for grants and shit and keeps making wrong predictions. If you live in the UK, I would be looking into that guy. I forget his name, but that's probably much more interesting than Deep State Tunnel Cabal. See why this guy's he got a cousin that sits as a fucking board member or some shit? What's going on? Is he related to the Queen? Get to the bottom of that. I'd be more interested in hearing it for sure.
Controlled by the Bill Gates controlled Centers for Disease Control. We know that COVID-19 is 100% treatable using budesonide, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. All this is documented at timetofreeamerica.com. We know there's medical fraud, election fraud. We know about Dominion, the voting machines. We know about Smartmatic. But a religious fraud. Religious fraud? Well, if anybody goes to timetofreeamerica.com, you're going to see that
his voice cracked because he's getting nervous. He knows he's a religious fraud.
TD Jakes is up on stage with Dr. Fauci recommending that every single person in America takes the COVID-19 shots. Now, we know that the COVID-19 shots include SM-102. That's the technology. SM-102 luciferase. That technology was developed by Bill Gates, who has a spiritual advisor, Marina Abramovich, who admits to spirit cooking.
Okay. So he just glazes over a whole lot of stuff, and he does it so quick and with so much confidence that no one kind of questions it, right? Like he just pushes through it. He doesn't take questions or comments or blah blah blah. He just pushes it out there. No one ever questions him on his bullshit, and he pushes it out with so much confidence. And he says, "Oh, if you don't believe me, check my website." Well, of course you're going to check your website, for sure. But this doesn't provide any type of critical thinking. That doesn't provide the other fucking side. That doesn't provide anything. Now, I'm not here in defense of fucking the medical treatment. I made my intentions clear. I'm not a health provider. That's between you and them. And I think you need to weigh your odds. If you catch the sickness and you know it's a death sentence, well, you're probably better off with a little bit of fucking shit going on later on down the road. If you're healthy and happy and young and blah, 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 then you're probably better off taking your chances. But that's just my opinion. You need to consult not only with your family, but with a medical professional. But he just throws shit out there. And no one contests it. No one talks about it. He just puts it out there as fact, and no one ever brings it up again.
The technology was developed by Bill Gates, who chose to befriend the world's most prolific pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, to team up with him to work on a project. So we know the guy pushing the shots, Bill Gates, simply cannot be trusted. And we're saying, well, why would TD Jakes push the COVID-19 shots? I mean, don't the shots contain tissue derived from fetal?
I am working on a data sheet about all the times that Bill Gates lied about his involvement with Epstein. Every time he started out saying, he barely knows him, only met him once. And now we're all the way to, I met him several times. I was trying to help him rehab his image, and he was going to do donations and blah, blah, blah. I'm working on that. Bill Gates absolutely 100% did lie. Now, I can't connect that to, he was with this and with a kid and this and that. Of course not. There's not that evidence there. But I can connect how much he lied about it from when the first time he was asked to most recently after his divorce was public and people were asking about it.
Tissue cell lines. I mean, why would TD Jakes push the vaccines? Isn't Dr. Fauci the guy that funded the controversial?
Why would Trump push the vaccines? You guys know that Trump said that he thinks it should be mandatory for all school teachers to protect the kids, right? I don't think it's as cut and dry as you guys fucking think. It's just not.
Gain of function.
He said it 2 days ago on the show he appeared on.
Research lab that took aborted fetal tissue, aborted fresh but never frozen fetal tissue, and mixed that tissue with naturally occurring coronavirus tissue from bats to increase the transmissibility of a virus. Dr. Fauci funded the fetal tissue research called gain of function research that literally is designed to increase the transmissibility of a pathogen while using fetal tissue combined with the tissue of beasts, of bats. Why would TD Jakes team up with them? You're noticing that the Assembly of God is very silent right now about all things COVID-19. And we know if you go to timetofreeamerica.com, you can see right now that the Assembly of God church that I grew up in, they have decided to team up with Facebook and the Church of God in Christ. And they've decided to agree to work on some kind of deal. They signed a contract that said they simply will not speak against medical.
I'm not saying Biden isn't worse, but yeah, you're like you're picking two players from the same team.
Medical fraud. Okay, that's interesting. So, and then George Soros, it turns out now, George Soros is funding.
There's also a lot of information out there about how some of the companies that's made the biggest profits from Warp Speed were on the verge of losing their fucking ass and possibly even going out of business, and then suddenly got this huge cash influx from Warp Speed.
Mini mega churches.
Let's get after it.
So I'm going to pull it up right now. This is in the New York Post. George Soros, his top right-hand man, his money guy, has now, this is the article, it says, George Soros, right-hand man, was accused of BDSM assaults in his sexual dungeon. This is the name of the article. So Bill, the right-hand man.
If I had my choice, I, of course, would put Trump in the White House over Joe Biden. I think it's a slower and less destructive means. Is it going to be destructive? Yeah, eventually. Is it going to take a lot longer? Absolutely. I am leaning more and more towards the, hey, Trump won to give us the illusion of choice. And then we have our current president to push us to the brink of everybody popping off in the middle of the streets. Between what he did on January 6th, what he didn't do on January 6th, and who he pardoned on the way out, I got no lost love for that motherfucker.
Of George Soros, Howard Rubin is now in the headlines for being involved in sex crimes. Cuomo, the governor of New York, is involved in sex crimes. Bill Gates, the guy pushing the vaccines, is involved with a spirit cooking spiritual advisor. And America's most prolific pedophile helped him make the COVID-19 technology and the shots. All roads lead to the sexual satanic perversion. And I don't want to talk about it. I do not want to talk about it, but we have to talk about it. So on today's show, we're going to talk about it. And I reached out to my friend Denise. I said, Denise, could you maybe arrange an interview with a Madison Marquette? She said, I'm going to do it. And so with that being said,
he pardoned some of the most prolific names in election fraud on the way out. He went there to clean up the swamp and release the majority of the swamp on his way out. Go through the list, compare them to what their crimes were and what they were convicted of. A lot of them had to do with literal election fraud, buying fucking votes, cheating fucking systems of votes, and just a bunch of fucking swamp people, career politicians who were dirty and fucking pieces of shit when they served, and then he got them out Clean and clear.
Madison Marquette and Denise Boland, welcome onto the Thrive Time Show. How are you two?
Why do you think the media didn't beat him up? They said some shit on his way out about how many he pardoned, but they never said, oh, he pardoned this guy, and this guy was, so-and-so, because it was their type of people. It was politicians that might hurt their fucking channels later on. He fucked us on the way out.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for having us.
Okay, so Denise, you know Madison, correct?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Oh, God.
All right, well, I'm going to ask some questions, and as I ask the questions, please understand I want to be super respectful, but this conversation is not comfortable for me. I don't want to have the conversation, but I feel like I have to do it, so hang in there. So you were, Madison, you once were, what do you call yourself, an adult entertainer?
He had one guy on the list was a guy who had undermined the election for like 20 years in fucking Philadelphia or some shit. Was paying off and buying votes and changing numbers and paying off fucking auditors and canvassers and all kinds of fucked up shit.
What would you call yourself? What did you?
I think it was in Philadelphia.
I got into the industry. I made the choice originally to get into the porn industry. So adult star, adult film star.
And how old were you when you got into the industry?
I was 18, 19. I was young.
And how does one get involved in that without getting too graphic, obviously, but how does one, did somebody recruit you? Did you see an advertisement? Would that happen?
So I actually believe now I was recruited in. I was going through like a really hard time in my life, and there was a mainstream producer in LA that was a friend of mine. And so I went up to LA to stay with him, and
this is not what happens. So here's what happens. She's gonna say, oh, I saw a girl that had a lot of money, and she told me I could work and make money too. What happens is lots of people, and there's a girl I went to high school with, this sort of happened to. She didn't end up in porns, but lots of people go out to Hollywood hoping to become actors and actresses. That's their dream. And while you're young and no responsibilities, it's a good time to go out there if that's what you want to do. Okay? They go out there and they end up and they see that it's not as easy. You got to know somebody. You got to do something. You got to rub the right elbows and run around. And a lot of them end up working really shitty jobs with really long hours, like in restaurants and this and that. And working so many hours, it's hard for them to make auditions and even try to be a star again. So a portion of those people go into the adult film industry because at least it's in film. They make a lot more money, and it doesn't tie up as much as their day. Some people see that I would, instead of working for a week, 6 hours a day at a restaurant as a server, I can do this twice a month, or 4 times a month, once a week. I can make a little bit more money, and I can still go to all my auditions. I can still try out, and at least it's on film. You know what I'm saying? At least it's on film. And that happens to people. And she probably was pursuing her dreams, wanting to be an actress. A girl I went to school with ran off to Hollywood. Ended up working in a restaurant, working her ass off, met a guy. She did end up in a couple commercials and got a SAG card and stuff. But by the time she met a guy, fell in love, got pregnant and stuff, now they're back here. But it's a cool story she can tell. I mean, she was in a couple of, national TV commercials. So she got a SAG card and credits. So, I mean, she kind of did at least a portion of her dream.
Girl was there, gorgeous girl in a blue Lexus, comes out of his house on Mulholland Drive. And if anyone knows anything about Mulholland Drive, it's where all the celebrities live. And, you have a question? A bunch of mega church. So she came out, we went partying that night, and I was in a desperate spot because I came out of an abusive family and just there's a lot going on. So I asked her what she did. At the end of the night, she had stacks of hundreds of dollars of bills. I'm like, what do you do? She said, I do porn and you should do it too. So she kind of directed my way of doing it. And so when you're in a desperate spot, I always say this, like the devil gets in and you go and you make choices that you probably wouldn't have normally made if you weren't, well, one, if you know Jesus, like, and I didn't know him back then like I do now.
Did you feel bad when you agreed to do this career? Did you feel bad? Do you have any dissonance?
So I didn't feel bad until a few months into it. I was abused as a little girl. So to me, it was normal for men to say, take off your clothes. It was a normal thing.
Must be nice.
So I guess there's that cognitive dissonance, but I didn't know that back then. It was just normal. My dad told me to do it. He said, if you love Jesus, take off your clothes. It was just a normal thing.
Your dad said that to you?
So he's going to really hone in on this. Dad said it to you. She's kind of thrown it out there a few times. That's been widely disputed by the rest of her family, friends, neighbors, and members of the community where she grew up. She just glosses over it all the time. My dad always said, if you love Jesus, take off your clothes, and he would abuse me. But everybody is saying that's not true, except for her. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened in private. It could have. But everybody else is saying it didn't.
Yes. So I was abused from 5 to 16, almost 16. I moved out of my house at 16.
I'm so.
Well, you got to be careful when you say hooker and porn star. The only difference, and literally, this will keep you out of jail. If you want to use a lady of the night, all you have to do is film it with your cell phone and ask her, instead of, would you like to have sex for money? Would you like to have a video making sex for money? That's the only difference between the two. And you will not be prosecuted. I'm telling you. You can pick up a prostitute off the fucking street and ask her if she wants to make an adult film. Nothing.
Sorry that happened to you. So you do you get paid like $1,000 per thing? Is it like $10,000 per thing? Was it a lot of money, a little money?
I mean, to not get graphic, it depends on what you do. And so, so you can get anywhere from and this is back then. So anywhere from 7,000 to, maybe 3,000, 4,000, but you're doing 45 minutes to an hour of work. So if you do a couple.
You're talking about $3,000 to $7,000 an hour. I mean, yeah, it's not everybody's dream job, but you can't knock the pay rate either, right? $3,000 to $7,000 an hour.
Videos or whatever a week, you're making pretty good money.
And so, again, not being super graphic, I'm just making sure people understand how this happens. At a certain point, did they ask you to do something that you weren't comfortable with?
Are you wanting me to say something? I mean, I've seen all your tests. I don't know if you're doing that so you can see it on the screen, or you want me to say something?
Did it ever happen where they said, hey, can you do this? And you said, nope.
So I actually was on a set and was freaking out and didn't want to do it. And so Derek Hayes of LA Direct Models, and they can look him up. He was indicted. You can look at a Rolling Stone article. He was
All right, real quick. I know we've covered this before, but there might be people that see this for the first time. Derek Hayes was brought up on charges from some of the girls, not because he locked them away, not because he forced them to do prostitution, not because he locked them up and fed them through a slot in the door, or held them prisoner, or got them addicted to drugs. What he was doing was using leverage over his employees. So if you didn't do a project he wanted, whether it was an escort service or whether it was a photo shoot, the women basically had statistical evidence that showed if you didn't do a project he wanted, you didn't make as much for the next couple weeks or months. So if he really wanted you to go with so-and-so and do an escort, and you said, no, I don't want to do that, you wouldn't get the bigger and better legit photo shoots and model jobs. Instead, he would fuck with your money. So he was using a leverage he had in booking the jobs as an agency to force people to do stuff. That's what he was indicted for. You can go read the indictment. Derek Hay, not Hayes, as she keeps saying, Derek Hay, when he would try to get women to do something he wanted, if they refused, he would fuck with their money. He would book them on shittier jobs or not at all. And they started talking to each other and noticed this and said, hey, some of this is escort, some of this is sex services. We've been doing it. We agreed to do all of this. But if we don't, do what he wants. He fucks with our real like photo shoots and our model work and stuff. That's not fair. That's what he's been charged with.
He was my original porn agent, trafficker. He's been indicted on trafficking charges. I was on a set freaking out and didn't want to do it anymore. And so the producer called Derek, and Derek knew my family, my friends, like where they lived, everything. And so I started crying and said, okay, fine, I'll do this, but let me get myself together. The producer said no, and then filmed it as a gang rape. So I got gang raped on camera, and that's when I was done with the industry.
What?
That was her piece de resistance. That was her best film, probably.
What about that?
She even said on one show that it wasn't even just the performers. There were only a couple of male performers there. They let the sound man get in, some producers, a camera guy. They just let everybody get in.
Particular shoot, you just at that point had...
I don't know if you know this or not, but the pornography industry is super fucking regulated, especially out in California. There are tests and paperwork and this or that. You can't be a male talent without filling out all the proper paperwork. It just doesn't work like that.
Got to a place where you're like, I'm done with this industry. I mean, was that what kind of caused did you say no?
You know, it's not normal I say this all the time, it's not normal for women to have sex for money, and it's not normal for women to sleep around. We are people that want to be connected and loved. So it was just not a normal thing for me to, like, I just think something clicked in me that this isn't normal and this isn't right, and I don't want to do this anymore. And so I don't know what clicked in me at that moment. I knew I couldn't do it anymore.
And so at that point, you'd been in the industry for how long?
Probably a couple months. I mean, 3 or 4 months maybe.
Okay.
But I had done a lot of videos because I was the girl next door. So it was like a lot. And it was just like, I can't do this anymore.
So you did that. And I know somebody's thinking, well, at this point, this person is not credible at all. Now I'm going to just point out something. Saul, and I Denise, I didn't ask you this offline, but I'm assuming that Madison has...
I guess they're checking something with chat. I don't know.
Never fed Christians to lions, because Saul, who became Paul, he actually fed Christians to lions before he saw the light.
I don't think they need my help. Something's happening.
Saw the light. God said, hey, I want
with Nick's keyboard, maybe.
Paul, and he wrote 13 books of the Bible. 13 books of the Bible. He was beaten 39 times on 5 separate occasions. And I don't think that Saul would be allowed into most churches today. I mean, if somebody said, all right, folks, welcome to the church. We have a couple restrictions here. If you've murdered lots of people, we can't let you be here. Saul wouldn't be allowed into church today. So again, God can redeem anybody. But okay, so you're trying to get out of the industry. Then what happened?
So I'm actually living 2 lives. Speaking of the church, I'm actually going to a mega church in Orange County, California called Rock Harbor Church. So I'm kind of living 2 lives, right? Going to church every Sunday and doing porn.
So she was a porn star and a regular church member while she was also being held hostage and fed a food tray underneath her locked door.
So I knew after I had gotten gang raped on camera that I needed help. So I'm like, the church is supposed to help, right? So you think. So I called Rock Harbor, reached out to the pastor, Mike Geary, and I said, I need help. He said, okay, drive down here. So I drove down to him. I don't know how this transaction worked, but I sat in Rock Harbor's his office. He said he was going to help me. He ended up calling Derek, and in the porn industry, when you first get into it, you have drivers that drive you around from different sets to make sure that you go to those sets because women are on drugs or whatever. And in the porn industry, when you first get into it, you have drivers that drive you around from different...
The fuck kind of edit was that?
...sets to make sure that you go to those sets because women are on drugs or whatever. And in the porn industry, when you first get into it, you have drivers that drive you around from different sets to make sure that you go to those sets because women are on drugs or whatever.
Now, quick timeout, because I'm going to...
I know that there's some issues with the latest YouTube update. I had to go remove it from my phone. All it would do was play the first second, literally 1 second of a video, then it would close. And then when I went back, it said YouTube closed improperly. Would you like to resume your video? And if you click yes or no, it doesn't matter. When it starts playing another video, it'd play 1 second and then close again. Some bitch was fucked up. I had to undo the latest YouTube update until they fix it.
Take the not that Mike Erie has asked for a defense. I'm just saying, because I want to make sure I'm giving,
That's Azrael.
Did you prove evidence against that guy? If he says I did not do that and you said I did, is there any type of proof that you can have? Because I don't know you super well. I know that Denise knows you well. I also know that there's no benefit for you doing this. I'm just asking because I don't have a mic on today's show. I can't say, did this happen? Do you have proof of that, or how do you?
I mean, I have proof of everything, Clay, but you know what? I told Denise, I sent her a message. I'm kind of
I have proof of everything, okay? But you know what?
fired up here because I'm really and nothing against you.
Sure.
Why doesn't he prove that he's not a rapist? Because he's posting.
No. The proof is on the positive. The proof is always on the positive. You cannot prove a negative. So if you accuse me of breaking into your house and stealing your spatula, I can't prove that I didn't break into your house and steal a spatula, because if I say, well, I was here on this day, and you say, well, it happened on a different day, and I say, well, I'm always with my wife, well, she came with you. Well, I've never broken into a house. Well, we don't believe that. You have to prove the positive. That's why our court system's set up the way they are. That's why when you go into debate, it's not about proving a negative. You have to prove the positive. She has to prove he is this person. He can't prove he's not, because there's just going to be a counter. If he says, there was some way he could prove, like, well, look, I was in prison from 93 until 2013, and you're claiming this happened in 2010, they'll just say, oh, well, it might have been 2014. I don't remember. That's not the way it works. Why doesn't he prove he's not a raper? No, that's not the way. Why don't you prove you are, or he is? That's not the way it fucking works.
Go look at his Twitter. I'm kind of fired up here because I'm really and nothing against you.
Sure.
Why doesn't he prove that
It's never the way it works.
Because he's posting things. Go look at his Twitter. I'll tell everyone
I've
right
never
now.
gone into his Twitter. Okay.
Go look at his Twitter and see what he posted. He posted "Pog for life." If you look up the meaning for "Pog for life," it references people in the military that were gay and into pedophilia. I posted it on my Telegram, and yeah, I've been speaking out. Me and multiple women also confronted the church that he's at right now. That church has not spoken to me or any of the other women whatsoever. None.
What? Wait.
Now, post. I told Denise, I sent her a message.
A mic on today's show. I can't say I know you super well. I know that Denise knows you. Could you prove evidence against that guy if he says I did?
When you first get into it, you have drivers that drive you around from different sets to make sure that you go to those sets because women are on drugs or whatever.
Now, quick timeout, because I'm going to take the not that Mike Erie has asked for a defense. I'm just saying, because I want to make sure I'm giving equal time somewhat. Could you prove evidence against that guy if he says I did not do that and you said I did? Is there any type of proof that you can have? Because I don't know you super well. I know that Denise knows you well. I also know that there's no benefit for you doing this. I'm just asking because I don't have a mic on today's show. I can't say, did this happen? Do you have proof of that, or how do you?
I mean, I have proof of everything, Clay, but you know what? I told Denise, I sent her a message. I'm kind of fired up here because I'm really and nothing against you.
Sure.
Why doesn't he prove that he's not a rapist? Because he's posting things. Go look at his Twitter. I'll tell everyone right now. Go look at
Twitter. Okay.
Go look at his Twitter and see what he posted. He posted "Pog for life." If you look up the.
So the word is pogue. So there's a bunch of different meanings for it, depending on how he's using it. If he was in the military and he puts pogue, it's people other than grunt. And that's everybody else that's non-combat in the military. I was combat, so we used to make fun of the Pogues back on the fob and this and that. If you're using it like a P-O-G-U-E, which is the way he spelled it, P-O-G-U-E, that has a lot of different things to do, including like working class people, especially like there's a new series out about, there's a new Netflix show called The Outer Banks. They use it all the time on there. And it's basically like the people who live on the south side who are like working class and have to work for a living, the lower class people. And the kooks are the people who live like on the north side, and they're like, they're wealthy and blah, blah, blah. It has a bunch of different meanings. I don't know what she's saying about homosexuals and this. If he spells it P-O-W-G, that means fat-ass white girl. Fat-ass white girl. Which I'm very sure he didn't post it P-A-W-G. He spells it P-O-G-U-E-S, Pogues for Life. Maybe he's watching this Netflix series, or maybe he was a Pogue in the military. Like I don't understand what the fuck you're saying. He literally says in the comments, I didn't know this was a band. My kids made me watch Outer Banks Season 2, and Pogues for Life is their motto in the show. We shouted at each other at random times. We just thought it was funny. Okay. He also puts derogatory comments in this reply. If you think Mike Erie is a criminal, go to the U.S. District Attorney in his jurisdiction and file a complaint. Otherwise, why are you on Twitter trying to make false accusations? Exactly. He literally learned this from a Netflix show, and he says it's the slogan of Season 2, Pogues for Life. Now, what's she going to claim?
Because he's posting things. Go look at his Twitter.
By the way, this is called, damn, I can't remember the term for it. When you send somebody to look something up and you give an alternate context for it to prove your point, knowing that they won't research into it. So what she's going to say is, he's posting this, and that's all true, and that gives her legitimacy. Then she's going to say, it means X, Y, and Z. Now, people will never look up the meaning. They'll Google it real quick while she's talking and say, oh, he did post that. Now, what's it mean? What'd she say it means? That is that's a tactic in falsifying statements, basically, for debate, to win a debate.
I'll tell everyone right now. Go look at his Twitter and see what he posted. He posted Pog for Life. If you look up the meaning for Pog for Life, it references people in the military that were gay and into pedophilia. I posted it on my...
So when she says Pog, which she means Pogue, in the military, it has nothing to do with homosexualism, other than people saying like, oh, Pogues are gay. like it means in the military context, it only means people other than grunts. It means that you have a job that is technically non-combat. Can there still be a mortar round land beside you overseas? Sure. Can someone shoot over the like the fucking HESCO barriers and come close to you? Absolutely. Are you going out and running gun missions? No. You're a cook, or a fucking AC tech, or a telecommunications specialist, or a flightline mechanic. That's what Pogue means. In the military.
I've been speaking out. Me and multiple women also confronted the church that he's at right now. That church has not spoken to me or any of the other women whatsoever. None. Okay. Why aren't they speaking to us? If we're accusing you, don't you think the church would want to speak with us? They don't. They said they did an internal investigation and found that he wasn't guilty. Well, there's multiple women that have come forward. How are you not talking to us?
Yeah, you said he wrote Pog for Life. What? How do you spell that, or what is he saying?
Yeah, it's Pogs, P-O-G-U-E-S, for Life. So, that was on August 2nd. I'm sorry, it wasn't today.
P-O-G
U-E-S, Pogs for Life.
Uh-huh.
And then the definition is...
She's nervous. He's looking it up.
Army slang. It was used as a term of contempt for a non-combat soldier.
Right. That's just POG. Pogues.
The term derived from, I'm going to say this wrong, Gaelic pog, meaning arse, carries in implications of unmanliness, homosexuality, even pedophilia, since Hershey bars and other types of candy are known as pog bait.
No. She has so much shit wrong. I'm going to come unglued. So, we call shit pogue bait, P-O-G, pogue bait, when you're talking about snacks and candy and chips and soda. Because typically, combat arms troops keep one physical standard, and people who are not in combat keep a different physical standard. So when you're in basic training and with your unit, you'll hear the term pogue bait or pogue candy or pogue rations all the time, and it means junk food. The pedophilia thing has nothing to do with any of this at all. Yeah, you might say, oh, he's gay, he's a pogue. That has nothing to do with homosexuality or pedophilia. No, I don't want to mean sweets or candy, which is in use as military as early as 1980. The term alludes to food or other luxuries rarely afforded to grunts in the field. To an infantry soldier, the term pogey bait, we used to hear that all the time, pogey bait, when used in possessive sense, is my pogey bait, his pogey bait. So even if me, as a combat soldier, said, oh, I went to the PX to get a little pogey bait, that just means that I bought candy for myself. That's all it means. She's stuck on the homosexuality and pedophilia definition. It's not there. It's not there. Look, Army Reddit, favorite pogue bait to take to the field. Getting ready for a month-long FTX, field training exercise. I've already got my regular bait to take out with me, but want to see if there's anything I might want to add. How about beef jerky? I always eat it all too quick. Oh, jerky, dude, can I have some? Thanks. I do not share. You always had the brokest soldiers asking for stuff. I mean, come on, guy. We get paid the same, and I live in the fucking barracks. How about you not spend all your paycheck on the same day you get paid? She's literally making up definitions now. Like, she rarely ventures into my territory, but this has me written all over it. I've heard this since the time I fucking joined.
Really?
And he's also, it appears to be advocating for taking the vaccines, wearing the
muzzle. Yes.
Okay. So that point. Okay, I sorry to interrupt, but we'll go back to your story. I just wanted to interject that, but back to you.
So anyway, I ended up. He called Derek. The drivers came to pick me up, and then Derek's drivers drove me up to Derek's house. At this point, Derek said, I now own you. It became a situation where I had free choice. I did not have choice anymore. Derek had multiple mansions. I mean, it was a
I muted all that. Anyways, it can mean tobacco. It can mean razors. It can mean any type of luxury not typically afforded to the grunts. A lot of units, by the time they get back to a base that has a PX, especially when they're deployed overseas, none of that shit's left. It's all raided and gone, and you can't get it. And that's why any type of luxury that you don't typically get in the field can refer to pogey bait.
a beautiful prison, but the locks were on the other side of the door. And the only time I was let out in the beginning was to do whatever porns that he had booked for me.
And his name, and this guy's Derek Hayes is his name?
Derek Hay. So look, Derek Hay of LA Direct Models, and he has been indicted on human trafficking charges. and sued by multiple Jane Does who won in court because he didn't pay them.
And I see that. I'm putting links to that. So when somebody says that they sold you, they own you, how come you can't just say,
yeah, I got it. I see it 115 times in chat.
I'm out. I'm moving to Missouri. I'm done. How come you can't just say I'm out? How does that work?
Well, one, I'm a child still at 18, 19. I'm being
Lie. She didn't start doing porn until she was in her 20s.
I have nowhere to go. And he's threatened at this point everyone that I care about, even people I didn't really care about. So to me, it was, or is he going to go harm them? He has their names and addresses and phone numbers. He said all that to me. So where do you go? And at that point, the drivers took me up and I'm in a room, like there's guns and huge men. Like where am I going? How am I getting out? It's not a situation where you have the free will in the.
You know how hard it is to own guns in California? How many people you think are standing outside of a modeling agency with giant men with guns?
Where I had the free will. This is now a different situation. It's a different house that he has girls go to. I mean, because some of the houses he used for porn sets, but it wasn't the house where he was housing girls to traffic them.
So in this industry, are there other women who have come out and have said similar things about being trafficked by people in ministry? Are there other people talking about this?
A lot of girls have come out. A woman, Michelle Hoover, came forward. A woman named Karen Wibble came forward.
Sorry, I got to get these names. I knew this was coming. I should have been ready. Let me get this.
I have
Trafficked by people in ministry. Are there other people talking about this?
a lot of girls have come out. A woman, Michelle Hoover, came forward. A woman named Karen Wibble came forward. I have thousands of messages of people that have come forward.
So people, I know as you're sharing this, there's got to be people who don't believe what you're saying. There's got to be people that don't believe what you're saying, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak to that or comment on that, because what I look at it somebody how I perceive this is you don't have anything to really gain from this, and the people that you're naming.
No, she literally has a ton to gain from this. So, going to court costs money. Going to court might reveal secrets that are unrelated to this that you don't want out there. Going to court is currently backed up. Can she be sued for this? God damn yes, and I hope she is. But really, people like Joe Biden, first of all, if you're a public figure, it takes a lot more to prove slander or libel than it does if you're a private citizen or a business owner, blah, blah, blah. If you're a public figure. Now, all these people she's naming are public figures. Second of all, the courts are backed up. It costs money. And if a bunch of QAnon people are talking shit about Joe Biden and he sues to clear his name, is that going to convince any of the QAnon people? No, they'll just say, oh, the courts are rigged. The system's set up. The sheriff's bought off. The judge was paid in advance. The jury, blah, blah, blah. So they hire people to weigh the exchange there. Is it worth it? I think eventually, if she keeps down this path, she will be sued by somebody who's just like, fuck this bitch. But right now, considering how big the people are she's naming, it's not exactly worth it when you consider her reach. Now, the more she grows, bigger and bigger, and reaches more people on more shows, that evens the scales a lot more. But as a small channel, it depends on, is it worth it to take it to court?
Are people that are doing weird stuff right now. Weird stuff. Like they're advocating for the church to be shut down when Hebrews 10:25 clearly states that we should not forsake the gathering even as we draw closer to the end. It's Hebrews 10:25. I mean, they're advocating masks and vaccines derived from fetal tissue cell lines. I mean, maybe they say Christianese, but their actions are really, disturbing. How would you respond to anybody out there that just doesn't believe what you're saying?
I mean, I don't have to defend myself. First of all, God's my defender. Oh,
So like right now, I could get on my channel with 200 people watching, and I could be like, so and so bought me when I was 3 years old and sodomized me daily for the rest of my life 6 times a day, and when I got big enough and strong enough to refuse, if I didn't take his advances, he wouldn't feed me for weeks and blah blah blah. Now, these 200 people don't make a damn to someone who's on the national stage. But if this starts reaching 2 million people and even news outlets start picking it up and running as legit, that's the time to go sue. That's the time to go sue. It's affecting you. 200 people isn't going to affect Joe Biden. 2,000 people isn't going to affect Nancy Pelosi. 20,000 people isn't going to affect Matthew McConaughey. It's all a balance game.
always has been. And so, and there's a couple things. I'm not being sued. None of these people are suing me.
Okay.
Don't you think that I'm coming out and saying
I knew she was going to use that defense.
they tortured me, they've done horrific things to me, that they would come out? And when I have named these pastors, I can tell you, I posted these as well, so they can go look on my social media. There are a multitude of pastors stepping down. I mean, Mike Erie, no coincidence that he's at a
Pokes for life.
place with mask mandates and pushing the vaccine. TD Jakes has got into bed with Fauci, which is very odd. He's partnered up with Fauci. Why would he partner up with them? All of these people that I've named, I didn't just come out and say, oh, I did it. I have receipts for all of them. I've handed it over.
Receipts?
Evidence against every single one of these people that I'm saying.
Wow. Okay. So where does this rape occur, and how does this happen? How long did you were you stuck in trafficking? How long did the sex trafficking occur? And then where are these assaults taking place?
Well, I was trafficked through state lines and internationally, because at the time I was traveling internationally with my ex, who owned a hair care company. So I had a passport on me. So I was traveling.
So, this is the same claim she's made before. She was married with her husband, went on vacation with her husband and her brother-in-law, the husband's brother, and somehow was also trafficked while on vacation.
Internationally and nationally, they were everywhere. I mean, the churches, it happens at the churches. It happens in different islands. I mean, Epstein's not the only one that had an island. I mean, people need to realize that this is a lot bigger than anyone even realizes, how much they've infiltrated every single part of our life. And I was trafficked for almost a decade. I actually thought I was going crazy for a while, because I knew what was going to happen next with COVID. And I thought I was going crazy and had to talk to my therapist about it. Because I'm like, wait a minute. They talked about this 20 years ago. So obviously this plan has been in motion for a very, very long time. They just got it all set up for 2020, I guess.
So how did you get out? How did that happen? How did you finally get out of this trafficking?
So I actually was arrested. I had a warrant out for my arrest for something that I did earlier on. I had taken a check from one account to another and taken money out of it. And because I had a felony warrant out for burglary, somehow I was in Riverside, California. They came in and raided the house that I was in Riverside. I don't know how they found that house. There was a basement in this house. Most California houses do not have basements. It was a built-in basement. It came in, got me, arrested me, and then I was in jail. I got bailed out, went to the court and said, I'm guilty. Actually got saved in jail by one of, another mega church pastor, Joel Osteen. There was a song, I don't know if you know who Crystal Lewis is, but she sings a song, Come Just As You Are. And so when I was little, she did these fashion shows with us and sang Come Just As You Are. So on the TV.
Come Just As You Are was another headline title that she starred in.
In the jail, I hear Come Just As You Are. I get up, I go to the TV, I hear that song and I'm crying. And just so you know, I had been in the jail for over 70 days. One of the officers there knew who I was. I got raped every night on the jail. I was going to kill myself at this point. It was from being abused as a child to being trafficked to now a little prison being raped on the jail. So I hear the song Come Just As You Are. There's a woman there that says, you're going to get out tonight. And I cussed at her. I'm like, no, I'm not. Go walk into the main room, because I was in general population. Joel Osteen of all creatures, because I say God can use a donkey, he can use Joel Osteen, got on the TV and said, you're in the darkest place you've ever been. Just give God one more chance. And if you give him one more chance, God will come through.
Wow. No, the whole thing is mind blowing. So when you are being trafficked, are you free to go about your daily business and then they just threaten you with things, or are you totally confined in one space and place all day, every day? What does the daily life look like at this point for you at that point when you're being trafficked?
I mean, in the beginning, I'm in one place in Derek's house. So I can't go on because he controlled the locks. The locks are on the other side of the door. But
And also married.
Was to go onto porn sets and do different videos. Then after a couple months, he started trafficking us through the mega churches and through pastors. Mike Erie was one of the first people that bought me through the Shark Club, where they had afterflow services. So no, I can't go about my day.
Shark Club?
So Rock Harbor had a huge church in Costa Mesa. I think it's still there. Then they had afterflow services at a place called the Shark Club. And so that is where they would take us to start, where these pastors would line up and say, okay, I want her, I want her, I want her.
Are you there when are you there when they're buying you?
Yes, because they line you up like a bunch of cattle. They line you up and they can come up and they pick you. They say, I want you.
How many people are they picking from?
Well, it depends on where you're going. Sometimes they're picking between men and women. I mean, there's men too. It's not just women. So it just depends. Sometimes there's hundreds and sometimes there's just a couple. Again, it all depends on who the clientele is. And Derek also had a website too. So they could go order us off of Derek's.
Derek did not have a human trafficking public website. Bullshit. Oh shit, I'm backed up. Hold on.
So I'm actually.
He wrote Pog for Life. What?
You have the free, which is very odd. He's partnered up with traveling internationally earlier on, and Crystal Lewis is, but she sings a song 70
days. Or are you?
I mean, in the beginning, I'm in the one picking us through this to start, where these pastors would line up and say, okay, I want her, I want her, I want her.
Are you there when they're? Are you there when they're buying you?
Yes, because they line you up like a bunch of cattle. They line you up and they can come up and they pick you. They say, I want you.
How many people are they picking from?
Well, it depends on.
Look, Clay Clark. I know you got your grift and you got your Patriot money you want to keep rolling in, and she's kind of hot in the Patriot movement my way. I understand all that. But I'm also not going to cut you a bit of fucking slack, because I know just by you building your business and making it the way it is that you are smarter than this bullshit. She's lied and made up definitions. She's lied and made up fucking material. She says she was on vacation with her husband, but also commanded to be trafficked at the same time. Come on now.
Where you're going. Sometimes they're picking between men and women. I mean, there's men too. It's not just women. So it just depends. Sometimes there's hundreds and sometimes there's just a couple. Again, it all depends on who the clientele is. And Derek also had a website too. So they could go order us off of Derek's website. And the way he did it is they're saying they're ordering a porn star, but they're really ordering you for a private.
Oh, that's not illegal, you dumb bitch. If they're ordering it for a private pornography shoot, that's not illegal. Filming it is not illegal.
And are you getting paid at all during this time?
No.
Liar.
Are you, I mean, what percentage of your...
Here's what I think. I know she did porn. I know she did private shoots. I don't think that the majority of her names are valid, but I think she did all this shit and then thought, I don't have to keep doing this. I can just claim it was forced upon me. And yeah, there's shit that happens illegally and people get fucked up, and I feel sorry for those people. But there's also people out there just looking to ruin a motherfucker's life so they can get a little bit of fame. I've seen it happen. Everybody with a penis you met for 6 years didn't just accidentally fall inside of you. Come on.
Your day, are you being forced to do
the only reason Clay Clark's doing this goddamn recording remote and not in studio is so he doesn't get accused.
These acts? Is it once a day? Is it every day? Is it once? How does that look?
I mean, it depends on who's buying you. So like Mike Erie, he bought me, and days get jumbled for me because you don't have a watch. And having concept of time, they're taking you to wherever they're taking to you and locking you up and doing whatever they want with you. So sometimes there's weeks and weeks. The only time you ever really got a break is if you had a lot of porn and then the privates beat you up so bad that you have bruises everywhere that you have to heal from those bruises so you can go do the porn video.
Is it common to be beaten during these things?
Yes. Not necessarily the porn, but the people that are buying you, yes, because they're sick and twisted. And so the people that are buying us are...
Listen, I could call and buy you tomorrow as long as you do it of your own free will, and I tell you that we're filming an adult film. There's nothing illegal about that. Now, if you're being forced or if it's just the payment for the sex, there's no film or product being produced from this, or even images, pictures. That's illegal under states that have prostitution laws. When we film it and we're making porn, we're amateurs and we're legal.
Are so sick and twisted, and I've said this a million times, they have so many demons inside them that I didn't know this back then. I know it now because I have a relationship with
Seems very weird that it has nothing to do with human trafficking. It has to do with his contract negotiation that Derek Hay ended up in jail.
Jesus, but those demons are inside
Workplace violations.
They're torturing you and doing horrific things to you. And a lot of times, you know, they might not even be having sex with you. They're just beating you because whatever rage they have inside them, they're taking it out on the person that they're buying.
That's also not illegal. If I pay you $1,000 to beat the fuck out of you and you agree to that, that's also not illegal. I don't even think I got to film it.
As a punching
So these people would just sometimes just beat you, not even have sex with you, just beat you.
Yeah.
And so all of this information is you're dropping knowledge bombs. I'm so sorry if I had to ask you anything that triggered anything, or it's weird. No, I mean, but the reason why I wanted to have you on this show is because I wanted you to be able to have a platform to share your story,
to make up your story.
Saying, all lines we've never talked before. So
there's so many cuts in this.
What is the traction you're seeing? Is there any traction you're seeing? Is there any hope? Any progress? Any?
For enough money, I'd let fucking Tom Hanks tongue punch my back door.
Legal traction happening? Any? Tell us about that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, yes. So first off, God told me to come out and name names. This is not an easy calling. I am trolled and hated and get death threats hourly. So it's not an easy thing.
We've caught you in stupid ass lies as silly as your schooling and your becoming a lawyer. Why the hell would people not call you out when you have zero evidence? When someone asks you about evidence, just like Clay Clark did, you said, oh yeah, I've got it all. But how about you ask them to prove they didn't rape me, okay? Well, they're not making the claims. You are. They were just living their life, and then you started screaming rape.
To do. The church house is getting cleaned, and that's why we see these pastors stepping down or getting arrested for their crimes. And these are they're not even all mega church pastors. There are multiple pastors that have been involved in this that are stepping down, and you can do just a quick search if you want to on DuckDuckGo and look to see which pastors are stepping down or have been arrested on sex crimes. I mean, Brian Houston of Hillsong, I outed him and he just got arrested for hiding his dad's sex crimes. I mean, it's coming. If they don't step down, even the mainstream media will be covering it. So,
well, there's a difference between you outing him and claiming you had all the evidence and testified against him, and him doing something fucked up and hiding his dad's criminal history. That's a big difference. His dad wasn't with you. His dad was a pedo. He tried to hide it to save his reputation. That's illegal. That's shitty. You didn't out him. You just yelled his name, then rape, and something else happened to him.
so yes, justice is happening, but whatever doesn't come, Jesus says, vengeance is mine. I'm not going to go after them, but I'm going to stand up and say this evil is going on. And we as a country and as people that love Jesus, because I hate the word Christianity because the church has hijacked it and used it for evil and used it for their plots and their schemes. I love Jesus. I have a relationship with Jesus. And it's time for us to stand up. It's time for us as the Americans.
That's right, Johnny.
Love Jesus to say enough is enough. And they're coming for our kids and they've been coming hard. It's not about you or I. It's about our children. And they're coming quick and they're coming hard. So let's stand up. Let's fight for our country. We cannot just depend on one man. But at what point do we, as the American people, stand up and say enough's enough?
Are you hopeful about the future for America? Are you hopeful?
I am hopeful. But a part of me is concerned that what's going on in every other country? They're standing up and protesting. What are we all doing? We're sitting behind social media and we're not doing anything. Why are we not protesting? I mean, didn't Martin Luther King fight for us to peacefully protest? And they're protesting. They're not.
That's exactly right. He tried to hide his dad's criminal activity to save his grift, and what it was church and Christianity and making money that way. That's exactly what he did. Is it wrong? Yes. Is it shitty? Yes. Should he be charged for it? Yes. Did Madison have anything to do with it? No.
Hurting anyone? I mean, they're banging on pans and pots and pans, but our schools are starting in a couple of weeks for our children. They're talking about setting up COVID.
Literally, with probably about 10 minutes of research, you could try to find 5 or 10 pastors that had the most internet chatter about them. Not officially charged, not an indictment, not the police department says they're looking into them, but just people that are chattering like, this is weird and that's weird, and I wouldn't be surprised if something weird didn't happen. Throw all those names out there and I guarantee you'll hit 1 of 10 of them.
Stations, and they will vaccinate our children with or without our consent, and they will do it because they think that they have the control. So I have hope, but if we don't stand up at some point, I don't know, we could be lost if we don't stand up. Because how do we never get here again, Clay? We stand up now. What, are we just depending on one man? What, Denise? Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, I just got this that Sidney Powell sent out, and it was on her Telegram, and it's called Walkout Wednesday. And it's for noontime, your time zone, Wednesday, August 11th, stand up for freedom. Join the movement to walk out and protest your place of employment and your school at noon, your time zone. No one should be forced, coerced, or pressured to inject the COVID shots. It's called walkoutwednesday.net. That's the website.
See, I love Sidney Powell, but here's the thing with that. Why are we just walking out for an hour? That's not going to do anything. They have killed our.
Why are you doing nothing? Would that not be a better? Why are you doing literally nothing and then claiming you're doing something? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, you're doing literally nothing but wild accusations and then saying, why are we only doing an hour?
Elderly, our children, they've killed people, our loved ones, they've killed our businesses. Like, why are we not standing up and saying enough, walking out? Like, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday about it. She's like, I'm a stay-at-home mom. What am I walking out of? She's like, I want to fight for my country. Like, why are we not standing up in every single state and saying enough? There's only 500 of them and 300 million of us. I don't get it.
My final question I have for you, and then I'll let you get back to being awesome and doing what you're doing. If people want to learn more about you, if they want to research more, they want to maybe connect they want to, is there a place on social media where you're currently allowed to be, or is there a website that you've set up?
I mean, I have a website. You can go to thecrazytrain.org because we're on a crazy train. Facebook, I'm one click away from getting kicked off there. And then
You can go to hidethepickleInMadison.com, hide the pickle in Madison, because plenty of people hit a pickle in Madison.com, and it's a crazy world out there.
Telegram, I'm on, it's Madison Marquette Her News. And then we are, my friend Claire and I, we are starting, it's called Humanity's Voice. And we are going to give a voice for every survivor of sex trafficking and abuse or abuse of the church. Now, we're not going to be researching it, but if they want a voice, we're going to give it to them because they've been silenced for too long. So if
Going out the rails on a crazy train.
humanity@protonmail.com.
Are there a lot of other women coming out and voicing what happened to them?
If anyone wants to reach out to us for that, they can reach out at voicehumanity@protonmail.com.
Are there a lot of other women coming out and voicing what happened to them? I mean, are there a lot of people coming out and sharing that similar things happened to them from similar people?
There's a lot of women and there's a lot of men too. I didn't realize how many men, and my heart actually breaks for the men because they want to tell their story, but it's so hard because men get hated on and they've come for our men like so hard that it's like they've tried to take the man.
I'm just letting people know if Mariah decides to rape me, you won't hear a peep out of me. Thank God she broke this celibacy spell.
From our men by doing horrific things to them. And so my heart breaks for them because I feel like they've really come for our men and it's sick. And they've come for the family and they've come for all of that. So there's men too that are coming forward.
Are there other people that are naming the names that you're naming?
Yes.
There are. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate you for joining us. Thank you so much. And then Denise, thank you for making that connection. And Madison, you're a bold woman. I can hear the conviction in your voice. I feel like
you can hear the fucking lies, motherfucker. Don't start now.
Good discernment, and I feel like I can usually tell when somebody's trying to make a quick buck by creating a bunch of.
Okay, so she's making a long buck.
Fake news and ruckus, and I really do feel like you're a sincere.
Long buck, also the name of a movie she headlined in when working in Hollywood.
Person, I appreciate you having the courage to come out here and share the
Short Buck. The sequel.
Truth. It's disturbing. I probably need to go take a shower and then, I don't know, go read the Bible 7 or 8 times. So I'm going to probably go read Matthew till my head explodes. But thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate it. And just so you know, I don't ask for money at all. Even when I go speak, I don't ask for money. It's not what I do. It's not what I'm worried about.
No, I appreciate you. I can sense that about you. Thank you so much. You two have a great day. Okay.
Thank you, Clay.
Bye.
Bye.
The red-haired bitch didn't get no airtime, did she? Just in and out. So, you guys have begged. You guys have asked. You guys have begged. You guys have questioned and said, hey, but what about this guy? Where is he at? What has he been doing? You haven't covered him. What's going on? We need to get to the bottom of this. And I am here to tell you, to much applause, the man, the myth, the legend, Jason 8-Ball QAnon is back.
Having you back. Yep, you've been kicked off. Got too much to say, too many opinions.
Too much fun. Headaches, just bad. So just as far as I feel good. So, that time off. Got some sleep. So
Couple 8-Balls.
We're ready.
I am glad you are back on track.
Because I have a surprise for you.
Oh God.
Let's see. We have a new calendar.
We have a new calendar.
We have a new
boy.
calendar because
Here
I
we
think
go.
what we figured out when because people would say, wish people wouldn't do this with dates. It's like, well, we will. Screw it. Because if it's mathematically impossible, we could do it. See, it's simple. So the month of August. It's a hot month, right? Now, as we see with Saturday, because Saturnalia, you know, I'll go through that. Now, today, by the way, happy Q Day.
Yes, absolutely.
Today's
8/9/17.
And today is the calm. It's the calm today because tomorrow is the storm. That's when they stormed the Tuileries Palace in France back in 1792 to
So today was a storm. I hope you didn't miss it, guys.
and turn it into a republic. Sort of like what we're doing here, right? But we wanted to nail England, but we had to nail the Frenchies as well. So hopefully this time they wheel out their little guillotine for good. Good measure.
With the way that France has been acting, Macron is, or however you pronounce his name, is not going to be around long.
Macron.
Yeah, Macron.
The guy who takes sand to the beach. I mean, who?
Sand to the beach.
I mean, you literally screwed your teacher in school when you were a kid and you married her.
Wait,
I mean,
where did we go?
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, Macron. Yeah, Macron's wife.
Yeah.
She was his teacher.
Man,
when he was a
that's
kid.
like a bad.
And she was screwing him back then.
Bad media publicity article with that's just horrible.
That's why she looks all fucking just beat up. Remember, because I mean, when she was sitting there, when Melania was sitting next to her, and she's like giving her the stink eye. It's like, I mean, her skin looks like aged leather. It's like maybe left the teens, a little bit.
Man.
So
so back to
back to the map.
Tomorrow's the storm.
See, you can see reflection. See,
I know that's actually really funny.
I know it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you. It's white and it's like
it's reflective. I get it.
So now everything 14, 21, 28, right? Now the funny thing is that it started yesterday, right?
So that is true. His high school teacher was 25 years older than him, and they met in high school. So when Jason Q keeps saying kid, the reason he won't say that he was 18 is because he knows it doesn't fit his narrative. They met in high school when he was 17, 18, and she was 25 years older than him. That's all true. But it wasn't his kindergarten teacher.
But it ends on the MAGA Promise Day, which is September 11th. This is why. Now, 9/11/01, 9/11/21, 20-year anniversary.
Correct.
Right? Now, what is our delta?
4.
ABCD, 4, right? Subtract 4 from 20. What do you get?
16.
Go to post 16. Friday and Saturday.
Right.
Making the MAGA promise.
Right.
So that would mean that the 10th and the 11th, which are Friday and Saturday, the 10th would be 9/10, which 10 plus 9 is 19, which is the God number. And then the MAGA promise would be 9/11, because it's not only the day 11, but 9 plus 1 plus 1 is also 11. Correct. So that's our 11/11.
Correct.
Right? Now,
11/11/11.
18, the parade, right? They talked about. Well, what did we have to use?
When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to join the Black Parade. He said, son, when you grow up,
so what that does is that
will you lay off the methamphetamines?
2.
The psycho that they've made.
The 20-year beta from that. You get 11/11/18. Because 18 is the years. So it's 20 years. The anniversary, it's the MAGA promise is Nasera Jacera. And that is the NG 911 working group. And then nothing can stop what is coming. It's Nasera Jacera, 9/11. They're going to still release on 9/11. Because why? Because here's this asshole's anniversary. Pike and Mazzini's, right?
Right.
Well,
And the
that's
letter.
all fine and dandy, but it's like,
You want to hear another interesting 17? Boom, I guess. 17 times, Jason Q has predicted this is going to be a boom week. 17 times, there have been no booms.
there's also the anniversary of the 50-year anniversary of Nixon taking us off the gold standard again. Yeah, why would he do that, right? It's 50-year. And then we add the 20-year anniversary for 9/11. Isn't that 70 years?
Yeah.
Another 7. I mean, can you believe this shit, right? So now, also, we start the 1st, right? September 1st. It's on a Wednesday, right? Because Tuesday, 8/31, 8 plus 3 plus 1 is a 13. Oh, no, but no, I'm sorry. It's a 12, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, the 31 ending on a Tuesday. Remember, all big things happen on Tuesdays.
Right. Tuesdays have been crazy.
Yeah.
Last week was insane.
And the thing is, September, it comes right in. First Tuesday is the 7th, which 9/7, 9 plus 7 is the 16, which 1 plus 6 is 7. Now, you go to September 1st, right? September 1st to the 4th, that week. Delta, take our 4 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take those right off the chart, right? Now, we also have the September 1st and the Delta, the September 4th, right? Now, from the 5th to the 11th is 7 days. Okay? Now, what post did we say that we had to go back to? Post 16, right? The MAGA promise. What's 1 plus 6? That's a 7. There's your boom week. It's from 9/5 to 9/11. It's a full complete week. And we get to break it off in their ass on Saturnalia. Isn't it sweet? It's just so, it makes sense because of the math. Because
I don't think it does.
with the whole 9/11 working group, was it the NG 911 working group? So you have the NESARA GESARA 9/11 working group.
Mm-hmm. Where did you come up with that? Because I hadn't had that data.
That's in the whole Nothing Can Stop What Is Coming. It's all in that packet.
Okay.
It's all in the bridges and everything. It's in the governance and technical team and everything.
Okay.
That's one of the task forces.
Thank you for
Because we have to use the
reiterating
task force because when they did Operation High Jump and everything, that's how they used Admiral Byrd. They used Admiral Byrd for the Navy, but they used Admiral Richard Cruzen, that was also an admiral for the Navy, as a task force. They went with the UN to do all the mapping.
Mm-hmm.
They let Byrd out there just go whale watching, do whatever. We don't care.
There you go. Just go whale watching. Who cares?
But they found a lot more. Now, that map, that is pretty much like, that's gospel there. So book that right there. And then,
what about this week? Let's run through like what the data points are just as a refresher for this week, because everything I'm coming across, everything I'm watching, everybody is media is going to break. The media is going to break on the audit and or on
Everything.
COVID.
Everything I'm seeing.
They're going to start scrambling.
The meteor's going to break.
So I'm curious.
everybody talks about the
things for
audit.
week.
Like the audit, like they think of the voting audit.
No, I'm thinking the military audit.
Oh, bazinga! Got him.
Think big, think bigger, think biggest. What would be the biggest audit?
The intergalactic audit of interstellar species.
It's a hot month. Higher order thinking. If we remember the trapezoid upside down, right? We remembered Because what is it in Scientology? They call it auditing. When they revert back in their previous lives. When you're unlocked, right?
Imagine another link to either the Church of Latter-day Saints or Scientology.
That's what they call auditing. Because who is one of the best?
It's very weird how often it happens.
Quentin. Start with a Q. When did they find him? October 28th, 1976. Dead in Las Vegas. October 28th. Why does that date just ring a bell? It's just like something must have happened on that day. I don't know. Let me first Q drop. So I mean,
It was in the Q&A.
yeah, Q&A, all that stuff.
I don't think that Cuomo resigning actually really helped anybody. I enjoyed reporting on him and covering him. I guess you could consider it a political win. I think what's behind him, the lieutenant governor or whatever they call it, is worse. I don't think he'll ever face charges. I think the Democrats were done with him, and that was it. I don't think we should consider it a win. Is he a dickhead? Does he get on my nerves? Sure. Did he make interesting content? He probably red-pilled more people than he fucking blue-pilled people, just to be honest with you. He done some stupid shit.
And by the way, for everybody, the whole trivia thing, we got the rest of the shirts in. Okay. I'll let you guys know. Everything in.
Damn, it's been 3 weeks since we played trivia. You just now got the shirts? I can't say much. My merch store's behind, too.
Because it takes time, got to do all this at 5 days, Sorry about the delay, but trust me.
Sorry, I'm trying to open fucking StreamYard right quick.
Yeah, we'll get that stuff taken care of.
Yeah. Don't worry. Man, people act like, they're sweating. It's like... 99% of the answers were wrong. So the mailbox should be empty. But we're not like that though, because it's a learning experience.
I was hoping I broke Jason a little bit with his flat Earth reveal.
And that's all.
Yeah, he won an Emmy for how well he did with COVID. Joke.
So you don't want to talk about this week?
Yeah, we got 47 minutes to talk about this week.
We do.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
so now this
do.
week, remember, today's the calm. Today's 17. Then tomorrow's
Come on, just fucking load.
Now, with them storming the palace and everything like that, well, look at all the floods going on in Europe.
Was it you that were telling me about the data points about Nebraska right now?
Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks, Teresa, by the way. And those pictures, guys. Okay.
They bought him one Tomahawk. He retired for 3 weeks.
Fucking relying on every American to fucking pull us through this one, because, man, we're fucked. When driving in... just don't drive in water. Just don't. If water is coming up to your door, stop. Back up, just leave. Now, if water is coming up over your hood, don't keep driving forward. I mean, you have to keep going because, of course, the exhaust is going to push out the... When it's over...
the cab.
Your roof. And you see your lights and you're driving in the water. You don't have a fucking submarine. You are not Ghislaine Maxwell. You're not Jeffrey Epstein.
That's what you say. I don't believe you.
But you do not own a submarine. It is a car. Coche. That's it. Nothing special. The special vehicle is the one that you're trying to, save here. But now, granted, conservatives already know that. So we have to put out this nice little safety thing for the flipping liberals out there because, well, let's face it, if you're going to vote for Biden, you're going to drive through fucking 8 feet of water. How in the world do you... and it's like... Guys, once again, if it's flooding like that, Why doesn't the water just run off? Why does it just go away?
I'm gonna grab Tony's getting ready to go live in just a minute. I'm gonna grab Tony on StreamYard as soon as I can get the motherfucker to load right.
No. Funny how like water just like finds its level, just stays there.
That's not, you don't understand how level fucking works. If everything's being pulled to the center, then water's being pulled to the center, all the way around the sphere. You know, you can prove gravity between two dense objects right here on Earth. They'll attract each other, right? Non-magnetic, lead bricks and bowling balls, you can prove gravity. Gravity.
Are we learning now that it's a flat, non-rotating Earth? I mean, literally, they're like shoving it right in our ass, but yet people want to still say it's a ball.
Yeah, there was
It's like every little thing. It's like water. Watch the water, and then let's just say, I mean, this right here. I mean, it's 505 pages, but it's troubling to even talk about.
What is it?
Because, see, you know how they said, like, read the Bible? Like, there's, like, several Bibles out there, right? Tons of Bibles. Don't think that the Holy Bible is the only Bible out there, right? Now, this is a volume 2, the Bible of Man Worship. Because, of course, we were joking about the whole...
If I can get StreamYard to fucking load, let me try again. Let me try on a different browser. Oh, well, it works over here. Oh shit, which one are you in? How many studios do you have? Let that keep playing. I'm gonna get in the studio. Give me a minute.
Phallus worshipping.
So, this one, just figured, why not? Let's take a gander at, how sick and twisted these pricks are. But here's the funny thing, though. It's a 2-page document we found out. Now, I'm reading this verbatim, the first line. It says, true cock worship is an extended philosophy of demon sapienism.
I see your message.
That exercises the elements of sexuality with spiritual overtones. Now, demon sapienism, if you take Pride Month and you combine it, you get demon in the middle of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So instead of Homo sapien, they're demon sapiens. Why?
Another new term for fun.
Well, new term is because they can't create. We're creator. That's why we were created, to create life, create whatever. You are not going to create. I mean, I don't care how many people try to prove this to me. You show me a pregnancy picture of Michelle or / Mike Obama. I mean, I'll give you the keys of the kingdom.
Man,
everything.
I came across a data point that was suggesting that a man can give birth his asshole. And I don't know how they went about the whole thing.
What did you just say?
I was like, I don't even know if I can
take it back.
Because it's so
take it back.
That was their new justification. Is supposedly they can artificially inseminate a man up the asshole, and he can have a baby, and then poop it out. And I'm sure his asshole is going to be great.
What? I'm not going to say if this is true or not, but I once had a 9-pound, 3-ounce turd. Wouldn't there need to... Listen, a baby doesn't just form in nothing, right? It's not just a cavity that's at room temperature. You would literally need placenta and the womb and the fucking different walls and the fluid, and you can't... You just can't put a baby up someone's ass, like let's say a fertilized egg up someone's ass, and they shit out a baby. Now, I've had giant fucking turds, I'm telling you. I've been stretched beyond. I mean, we should have had Guinness here for some of them. Get a high meat diet, okay? You got turd baby. That's what I'm gonna start calling Mariah. She looks like she come out of a turd womb. What the fuck? I've got to change something right quick. Hold on, just give me a second, guys. Keep watching this.
You'll be able to actually hold it in because, you know, being stretched out that far just isn't going to happen. So it's ridiculous.
So,
any men want to volunteer for that?
I mean, like we talked about, like making jokes about, like, oh, you can eat taco and tequila bar. The day after, a couple days after, it's like, yeah, or even White Castles. Let's talk about White Castles up here. What's a great thing to eat after drinking? White Castles. What don't you wish you ate the night before for the next 3 days? White Castle. You call them sliders for a reason, guys. It hurts. Guys, I've never had a kidney stone, but it's like a pea. Grown men are crying, shooting that out. Women are popping out 9-pounders. They're popping out lunkers. They're just, you know, they might throw an extra stitch in it or something like that, but it's like, shit's good as new.
What's that?
It's like, why don't they make tires and work boots out of the same shit that they make that out of? That'd be nice. But
Okay,
also,
let's get back to your document. Demon sapien.
Yeah, let's get back to the true cock worship. Gotcha. Because, I mean, we really want to go over
I don't think we want to talk
Damn
about
it.
that one anymore.
Can you hear me, Tony? I think they can hear you too.
Yeah.
All right, let me. I got me up double, so let me fix that.
Of course you do.
I was gonna do this, and then see if anybody, and I was gonna drop the link in Telegram. See, did you hear what Jason Q just said? That you can take a baby and put it, or Kelly just said you can take a baby and put it in a man's ass, and he can deliver that child.
Yeah.
Everybody, welcome Tony from the Veritas Machine. He's going to be going on after we're done.
Good evening. I'm going to take the night shift a few nights a week after Will's program, and we're going to do this.
I found out what's wrong with my StreamYard. I think, where's the donation? Hold on.
Frag out.
Jason Math is hooked on Math CCC and UQ course.
Jason Math is hooked on Math CCC and a new Q course. That's right. He's all tied up about these asshole babies. I think he's been taking some measurements. Him and Kelly's gonna have a kid, and she doesn't want to be pregnant again. Can you believe that shit?
Pride Month is together. You put it together. It's demon. Pride Month, demon. That's what he said.
Yeah, of course. That's exactly what it is. And by the way, this is the calm. And today, well, this was yesterday. So today was the storm, the first day of the storm. If you missed it, you probably weren't looking good enough. But let me do something right quick.
Tonight, that's what it is. I'm looking Vegas. They're saying I'm looking very Vegas. I'm ready to get on the tables.
Maybe. You look, Vegas. I could go with Vegas. I could go with some choice words, but I'll just use Vegas.
Just talk about some Italian slurs probably come to mind.
Yeah, I don't use slurs, but I'm YouTube specific here, so I don't get to use any slurs.
That's right. We can't do that. We have
Turn
to
off.
make it up to like people in Scottsdale, let's say.
Right. The greatest of Scottsdale. I want to do something right quick because we never do. I'm gonna drop something in Telegram right quick. But
I have to get back. I have a Telegram account. I just don't use it. What is going on in Telegram? Is it just like nonstop all day? It sounds like
Yeah, like ours is pretty cool because it's just like it's a giant group chat that everybody's in. So like when you put something out there, everybody sees it instantly. You have to turn off alerts because you'll get way too many if you're more than one Telegram group. But the grifters went there because nothing gets banned or censored or blah blah blah. Like it's all out there. So that's why they went there.
I got I go on Discord now, so I got to figure out. You could stream on Discord, right?
Yes, you can stream to your Discord. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I started going on there, and there's I go on a lot of the crypto mining chats in the Discord. So I'm getting used to going into stuff like that. So maybe it's time to Sling Blades clone. Thank you very much. Oh, I look like Sling Blades clone.
Oh no, that doesn't sound good.
I'm not. I am actually Tony's clone.
Tony D's clone.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Cloney D.
Cloney D.
That's right.
All right, carry the show for a minute. I got to check out a setting right quick.
All right, so what I've seen a lot of.
Well, because the thing,
Jason, is he does this thing that when he's talking, he goes, "Ow, ow, ow, ow." I can't
Yeah, it's a weird tick or something.
figure out what that is. I mean, look, I don't know what it is. I have a feeling what it is, and that it is related to perhaps something else that's in the diet. My volume is low. Okay, that's Cloney DS Val. Okay, turn up your volume a little bit because I'm coming in hot. Actually, I feel like I'm too loud. No.
Yeah, it sounds good to me. I turned up the audio on that side.
Yeah, give a little volume there, Val. So he has this crazy tick, and I just don't understand how. So they're totally off of the YT now, right?
Yeah, they completely quit.
Okay.
Yeah, they.
She's got the kid going back and forth there, and the pillows.
It's they're a mess, dude. That's all I can say. They're a mess. I'm trying to. I was going to take a caller, but right now the way I got it set up, you can't hear callers. So give me just a second. I'm going to forward my voice somewhere and then try to set up a caller.
Earlier, he reached behind him and he's like, "See this one right here? It's only 2,031 pages." Yeah, it's 2,031 pages. Yeah. And then I remember earlier he messed up. There was like a 13, and he's like, "Oh, it's a 12." And then I'm thinking to myself, he's got to redo the whole show. Like, what?
Oh, no.
He's one number off now. How is he going to recover from being one number off? He right into it. He just kept going. Like,
oh yeah, he never missed a beat, man. That's the way he keeps. That's why he keeps everything going.
He's like, forget it. That he's like, I'm out.
Oh, he's something special for sure. That's all I can say.
The gift that keeps on giving.
I send this to over here. I'm trying to make it to where I can turn everything around and everybody can hear. Twice.
He is the Matt Damon of Artie Lange's. I'll tell you that right now.
You reckon? No, I'm coming in too hot. Hold on. Mic check. Mic check. All right, now you talk.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Yeah, we're about the same level.
Yeah.
I want to make sure you can hear the caller.
Go ahead, caller.
I don't have one yet.
Bell in the house.
Okay, can you hear me right now?
Oh, sure can.
You might have to turn me down on your end. Let me see if I can fix it here. Up. I'll turn myself down some more. Alright, we'll try this and see if it works. I'm also hearing myself, of course. If you're in the Telegram group, I'm dropping a call-in number.
Wow, call-ins.
We'll see how it goes. We quit doing them because I was worried somebody would try to get me banned, and they did. Over and over again. Maybe the frogs will call in. All right, I got this up. I'm watching it. Until then, I'm going to play some Jason Q. Here we go. Ass babies.
Yes, it's like, because it's a religious conformity. Now, of course, you got to admit, I mean, these guys have got to be 501c3. They've got to be tax exempt. Because there's no way that they're going to be taken in the ass from the IRS, especially when it's Biden them. So, but the contents are actually pretty funny because, well, it's funny when like you look at it from it's like these guys actually wrote a volume 2 to man worship. It's like
man worship.
So now, where does that put the Vatican? Think the Vatican's balls deep in it? Well, that's a terrible, terrible thing to say, but yeah, it's like, yeah, they probably are. Sick pun too, but hey, you know what? Whatever. Don't float their boat. They just had to just prey on the kids though. That's the problem. It's like if you want to do shit as an adult, you do it as an adult. Once you cross that line with the kids, then we have a problem.
But they think rape is fine anyway, so whether it's male or female, it's justified. Good is evil, evil is good. That's how their mindset is.
Well, they don't have minds.
Right.
They're parasites. They're demon sapiens.
Right.
I mean, sort of. Their philosophy of demon sapien.
Of course, that's the new breed of people, the demon sapiens.
That's right. They and all of them are celebrating Pride Month. They are demons. Pride demons.
That's the only way you can tell. They celebrate Pride Month.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry.
That is their religion. What if that's the cult that runs the world? Is demon sapienism? Because we went from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens because what they did was Anunnaki, they took us and they genetically created us to be slaves. So now, who are the Anunnaki again? This is going to be fun. The Anunnaki are the copper-colored races. So we were created by...
That means you buy copper.
You got to buy copper when they're copy races.
Right.
By the copper-colored races to be slaves. So this whole thing about slavery, it's fucking backwards. The whites were brought over here to be slaves on Turtle Island.
Yeah, whites have been slaves all over for a long time.
The thing is, but humanity is...
Are they really going to go down this road?
Total. It doesn't matter what...
Seriously? They're going to go down this road?
For sure.
Okay.
He's not afraid of a little racism.
You're driving, Jason Q.
Color, what race, what anything. It's like, guys, slavery.
Yeah.
You're all slaves to a system. It's one
Every
big wicked
human
system.
on this planet right now is.
Yeah.
We are in a slave system. In every aspect.
And it was from Babylon, the Babylonian slave driving techniques.
Here we go.
That's where everything comes from.
Oh yeah, it's got to be.
Starts with a J.
Because it's all
coming.
The Code of Hammurabi. That's where the whole Freemasonry starts. That's where all this shit starts. It goes from Freemasonry to just the Rosicrucians. You got just they.
Oh God, it's Mariah. Sheriff's Department.
I just wanted to call in and say I miss you.
No, you don't.
Oh, wow.
Don't be gay.
Well, I'm talking to Tony, not you.
Yeah, I was just making sure. Thank you. I'm going to be back shortly, so everybody relax. I'll be fine.
I hung up on her.
Okay, good.
Know the truth, but nobody wants to tell us because we shouldn't have the truth because the truth is, well,
Because we're idiots. We're vile.
yeah,
We're vulgar.
we're a disease.
Yeah.
We're a disease.
We're
Like Center of
essentially
Disease
like a plague
Control.
upon
Why
the
isn't it
earth.
Atlanta?
We are the disease.
Right.
That's AOC shit.
For them.
Hey, Tony, if
Yeah.
I get you the prison that Derek Hay is in, do you think you could go visit him?
What's his? Yeah, I'm off probation now, so I can actually go and visit a state facility.
How do you do with cavity searches?
I fortunately I have not been subjected to the old spread and cough. I was, fortunately, even though jail sucked, I was a trustee and worked in the kitchen. So,
right,
we had, there's, I don't want to say too much. It's just, there's ways to move things from the kitchen and go back up to you, whatever. And I remember the day that I was released. I had a whole bunch of shit under my bed, man. And as I left this, I was like, I don't give a shit. Just get me to the fucking door,
Right.
And, everybody just vultured in under my mattress. They're like, oh, I hear as I'm walking out, look at all this coffee.
What?
I'm like, get me out of here. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
How many orders of tater tots can you fit up in your rectum?
Well, fortunately, we had a specialist who would sew pockets in because you have to strip down.
Oh, okay.
Before you leave, you only have to strip down the boxers from the kitchen, but you
Hidden
still had to
pockets.
like pull them up and sumo. You had to do sumo with your underwear and turn around and all that stuff and shake out your shoes and turn your pants upside down. However, if you sewed in a pocket at a particular angle, you could shake your pants out and not have it fall.
Right. That makes sense.
Hopefully.
Did they actually work in like clothing or laundry or something, or was it just somebody did it in their cell, like to sew the pockets?
Oh, in their cell.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it
was
was
just
just it was so they had needle and thread and everything in there.
Yeah.
They still want to harvest our energy from, but we're like a plague upon the earth in their eyes.
Yeah. Because it still goes back to Enki and Enlil. The Babylonian epic of creation. Because Enki being Lucifer and Lil being Satan, well, who gave us our free will?
Yes.
Do you have Nino's
Nobody cares
dog?
at her house that she is on the program. No one cares at her home.
No, not at all.
I mean, the dog is like, you know what? What are you doing? This guy again?
Right?
Is that a hat on his head, or is it one of those crazy wraps he has?
That's the world's largest yarmulke. He doesn't want people to know he's Jewish.
A yarmulke. He's hiding it underneath. There's a yarmulke underneath that.
It was Enki. Lucifer gave us our free will. Sorry, guys. Remember, he's the bringer of the light. Lucifer was a Christ also. So people that know Jesus Christ, it's like it's an office. It's exactly what it is. It's an office. Jesus of the Christ. There are many Christ. There are many Christ before him. There are many Christ after him. Why did they put so much emphasis on this one?
Yes, in fact, there
Because
are
it
many
aligned with-
Christs, very much like the Baldwin family. There are many of them. There is Joey, Johnny, Django, and Jelly. Okay, and they're all J's, so they're all JCs. Very confusing. Very tough to be Jesus's brother. A lot to live up to. Just saying.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Right. What are they going to do?
That makes sense.
And the wheel was already done.
With Julius Caesar. Because where are we? Everything's Roman, I mean, how? I mean, you think about like even back in the days of like, Sparta and the Greeks, the Romans, and it's like, guys,
Instead of messing up all my audio, I should have just dropped a StreamYard link.
They screwing little kids back then, little boys.
Oh yeah,
that's all they.
I didn't think about it. They wouldn't be
You
on
can't-
screen anyway.
You still have it, right? You still have
Yeah.
invite. Oh, they wouldn't. You couldn't share. I could share it. No.
Well, I mean, I could, but if they didn't want to be on screen, it would just be
Oh,
like
right,
calling
right.
in
I get
because
it.
I got it separated.
They did. The women were just, they treat them like shit. It's like, your job is just to breed, and it's like that. It's like, having cows out the pasture is like, you send the bull out there, mate, and that's it. Then bull can run around. It's like, then fucking cow has to deal with the calf, and then, goes along that whole line. But the bull, they just got carte blanche. It's like, well, that's kind of funny because, who makes all the laws? Like the whole Roe vs. Wade, and that's fine if you're pro-choice, but guys, it's always nice to be pro-choice when your mom already chose you first. So it's like,
okay,
remember that.
Makes
'Cause
sense.
Well, it's
she chose
perfectly,
life for
logical.
you. So how?
Yeah. The people who are against murder never got murdered.
Here's what I can't figure out about the clone thing, and this is just my whole thing on it. Okay, so you got your black hats and you got your white hats. We still don't know who's who, obviously, but allegedly your black hats take one of their guys. Let's say, I don't know, Hanks. All right, they take Hanks. They've executed him. So
Right.
what? They get like a fresh one? They get like a fresh Hanks to go out again. So they get to deploy another fresh Hanks when okay, so you know what I mean? Like who executed him first of all? Was it the good guys, the bad guys? Who gave it back? Who built another one?
I think it was the higher ups.
Okay. I think Tom Hanks is being played by Nicolas Cage. What do you think about that?
I haven't seen him in any movies lately. That makes
Birthday's
sense.
the 17th.
I think it's crazy that they make a clone, they send it out into the world, and then they have it do the same crimes that the first person was executed for to prove that they're doing the crimes.
Well, you've gotten so far down the line of logic, and like you've gotten so far past it, you are suspending your disbelief to be able to get to the point that you're at right now, which is fantastic. Because I thought out a little bit. How do they deploy?
Oh, that's a phone call there.
Thank you, caller. Chicago, you're on the air.
Hank's Clone Factory, what's up?
Hello. What is this Minnesota number for? I thought you lived in Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, it's a weird number. Just so people
This
don't find me.
Minnesota number, it makes me think I call BLM Factory. I called to put in my order.
I'm guessing that's Rusky, huh?
Minsk, you're on the
Hello.
air.
Who are you?
I am Will, the host of the Cold Beer Confessional. Minnesota number.
I got it because the
Minnesota
last
number.
four
This
digits
scare
spell
people,
beer.
though. This is why nobody is calling, because they think they're calling BLM Factory.
It could be.
Really?
It could be. You figured
This
it
might
out?
be a problem.
Is it cold there yet?
In Russia?
What?
Is it cold in Russia right now?
No, it's hot as hell. Northern Hemisphere.
Still summer there. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
you're right.
Of course.
You right. You live right by the Kremlin.
This is why we stay inside. Air conditioned.
Drink vodka.
What, you think we are savages like Africa?
Vodka.
I don't think you can say that.
I see it all the time. What they going to do? Ban me?
Another ban me? I don't think they'll ban
Tell
you.
them to fuck off.
I'll let them know.
Have good night.
See you, Rusky.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Rusky.
calling in, buddy.
Hi, buddy.
Someone said, isn't it always cold? No, they have the same seasons we do, unless you get in the furthest northern part. It's like Alaska and the U.S.
How in the hell
Yeah.
could you sit here and say,
Did you say?
Having daylight for 2 weeks is really a lot of fun.
Mariah thought it was cold in Russia, too.
They pay you to live in Alaska. You know that?
Yeah, you get
Just to live
oil
there.
pipelines stopping.
That's right.
I went and worked on some windmills at Kodiak Island.
Did you wear those
Well-
crazy pointed cloggy wooden shoes when you made the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
like
Clogs.
Yeah. There's a place here in
we actually
California.
had a dance routine.
There's a place here right up by Santa Barbara. It's up towards the mountains called Solvang, and it's like a little mini Denmark. So they have those, windmills, the cobblestones. It's all the buildings.
Yeah.
Danish.
There's
Nice.
a place near me, like near the ski resort, that's like Little Germany. Oh, there's somebody else. Hello, Cold Beer Confessional.
We love to ski in Tennessee. Come on.
Is that-
Yes. Hello. This is the Chinese buffet calling.
The Chinese what calling?
Last time you come in, you eat way too much.
Chinese buffet.
You're not allowed back anymore.
I think I've heard this recording before.
I got your number from credit card info.
Oh no.
This is not homeless shelter. This restaurant. You eat all expensive food. You eat all that crab leg.
All right, guys, that was Kirsten W. She clearly went on a rant. I had to let her go, but
It's very
that was
good.
Kirsten W.
I got booted.
You're good. It was one of those like recorded prank calls, whatever.
well,
Of Kirsten.
she should have a choice. Like, well, the problem is that the whole Roe versus Wade thing, it fell through. It was all garbage. It was all lies. That's why they're trying to overturn now, because it needs to be overturned. I mean, why did Planned Parenthood and the Temple of Satan join forces in 2016, 2018? Because now all of your abortions are satanic sacrifices. Now how they get so strong?
Shit.
I don't know. Ask them.
Did you hear Jason Q describe how they make diamonds?
Yes, with the black babies.
Yeah, they cremate them and then push them into diamonds.
Oh, they don't just put it. They don't just. I thought they just would put them right in the heat.
No.
Directly. But you're saying there's an ash process that needs to happen previous to this.
Yeah.
And then the pressure is put on after the carbonizing of the icing.
So he found a patent that GE has a tool that literally makes tool grade diamonds, but they're almost like dust. They use them for sandpaper and shit. And he somehow made that into black baby diamonds.
Well, that's what we're doing. We have a surprise for you. Is that we have made your legs into a diamond ring, which.
Oh, someone else is calling.
Okay. Come on now. Baltimore,
Hello?
you're on the air.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Good evening. Yes, you're on the air.
This is Trump.
Turn down your radio.
I saw your ad. Very impressive. So how are we going to do this?
Cash only.
You don't know who I am, but this is my first time doing something like this. Believe me, I swear.
Yeah, it's okay.
Should I give you the money first? Because I have a lot of it. Bigly.
Leave it on
You
the
take
dresser.
off your pants first.
Also, can you try not to tell anyone about this? It's quite embarrassing.
That one's actually pretty good. You can hear the gaps in it.
We'd
but
like to make it into a film, so we have no problem here.
That's right. It's got to be recorded. Tony does a better Trump. With no gaps.
I've decided that I'm going to be doing something called Dirty Bearded Trump. You motherfuckers.
Just curses all the time.
Exactly. And
You
let me
think
tell
we
you
can
something.
call into
You better
Jason
get
Q
that-
show?
If you bring any fucking mayonnaise near me, I swear to God, I'm gonna bury this telephone in your head.
Uh,
Why are they saying, oh, what? Yeah, you could abort it in 9 months. In fact, that whack job that Northcutt or whatever the hell his name is from Virginia, mom has the baby, then they walk in and like, oh, so you just gave birth and everything like that. It's like, do you want to keep the kid?
Okay, we're getting off
And-
subject. Let's get back. We're
Well,
going to
no,
round about.
it's all on subject.
No, I know.
Everything's all on subject.
There you go, Kel.
Everything's on subject.
There you go.
The problem is that
she can't.
everybody wants to shoot. Everybody wants to skip to the money
No
shot,
way.
but they don't want to fucking see the build up.
she was
They don't want to
supposed
see the chick answering the door and the lingerie and the fucking guy having the fucking package that's fucking dressed wrong or something like that. It's a bad porn. That's all it is. But people have
just
to
runs
learn.
harder.
It's like you have to go step by
Trying
step
to
by
reel it
step.
in. He's like a puppy.
Understand fully what the hell's going on here. We're in a video game. Sit
What?
twist a video game, do
The
sex,
F?
that
What the
D5.
fuck did he
There's
just
so many
say?
D5s. There's
Did
this,
you hear that,
because
Will? Okay.
You got movie. You have 3 movies.
I don't know why
believe
he
he's
goes
been-
from movie to video game all the time, but he does. I was fixing my audio back. I couldn't talk right away.
We have Will taught me the video game reference gaff, if you will.
Right. You got to
Yep.
make sure you stick that in there so you don't get banned.
Exactly. All right. So, and you throw a little allegedly in there, and you're good.
That's right.
Movies go at the same time. You see, you have 3 directors. You have Mel Gibson, James Cameron, and
I mean, to be fair, what's the difference between a video game and a movie? Not much. Not much. They know what they're saying. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah, that's the only difference.
more.
Oh, wait, what? Am I supposed to answer that question? James Cameron, Mel Gibson, and Steve Mnuchin. Am I missing one?
I don't know. It's.
Did you name any Kazarians? I didn't hear any Steens or precious metals.
It's going to be the one that's just going to throw a whole hell of a fucking wrench in NASA.
I'm not getting the
Kubrick.
audio from them.
Remember?
That means hold on. I messed it up. I'm sure.
Sure. I do that all the time. Speaking of which, guys, join me right after Will tonight at 10 Pacific time. It's going to be 1 o'clock your time. I've already got it pre-programmed in. We're going to go with it. So I'll probably be jumping off here in a little bit to just get, get my videos together.
Someone said Rita was trying to call in, but she couldn't get it with her big thumbs.
Oh, yeah?
Ah, that's mean. She does have giant thumbs, though.
That's the moon landings.
Can you hear them now?
Yeah,
Yes.
they lost all the
Who would
information.
Who would have the original? Probably the same guy they tried to whack after fucking Eyes Wide Shut. Did they really kill him?
Mm-hmm.
Come
Did they
on,
protect
call in.
them?
Don't be shy.
They
Come
say,
on.
"Stanley, come on. Hey, we take you to
I turned off the call in. There was nobody calling.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Venezuela.
It was fucking with I kept hearing myself. It was fucking me up.
Bunker and just it's like you're the only one that knows. You see, when you look at it, it's like, oh, moon landing. I mean, everything's a lie.
Everything is a lie.
All of it. You can't. Yeah.
I showed you a picture of flat Earth. You still don't believe me?
Popped this up, and that was during Nixon.
A non-rotating.
It's like
flat
Nixon
Earth.
knew.
Stationary. For weeks at a time. Did you see that video where he's like, somebody's like, is this a painting? He's like, no. You think they paint if this was CGI or a painting, they'd make it perfect. Look how it's like old and looks like it's scratched. You don't think they would CGI that out?
Didn't he also? He talked about the Vegas shooting before, right? He uses that. He uses that because I was watching a bunch of videos about that today. I got into, when I wake up, do some YouTube stuff as I got my headphones in as I'm, doing my whatever routine. And man, that whole thing, what a crack up that is.
He claims that they were, it was all a setup by the CIA to save some type of Saudi prince or some shit or something like that. That was there or something.
Save a Saudi prince is you.
Waylay a concert.
That's it. Yep. Where no one expects it. And Dan, well, on the Dan Bilzerian thing that I do, we're going to cover Dan Bilzerian jumping in there too.
I like covering Dan.
Oh man, he jumped in, and he's like, "Give me your gun. I'm Dan Bilzerian." He's like, "I don't give a fuck who you are." The cop was like, "Fuck, you better get the fuck away from me."
Oh, for sure. I'm surprised the cop didn't fucking shoot his ass. Like,
and the hat he was wearing was hilarious for that thing. So I'm gonna do a thing on him because he's in some trouble.
Not good.
He told Trump everything. But Trump already knows everything anyways. Because he's not a third dimensional being.
Oh, okay.
Sixth dimensional being working as seventh, going to the next 7th, 8th, 9th.
Oh, you keep going?
I mean, it's
past fifth? I mean, I
Yeah.
heard 7th and this and all, but it's a graduation.
Yeah, you have to. So Jason Q says the people who take the medicine, the vaccine, that they deserve to die so they can be reincarnated in the third dimension again and learn more about it so they'll be ready at the end of their lives to get to the fourth dimension.
Okay.
So not everybody's going. Only the enlightened are going.
I thought it was just like you were born on a certain dimensional level and you lived this plane of your existence on that level. You can ascend during this plane of existence. Like, let's say,
yes.
Let's say like I'm 8.5 dimensional. Let's just say that. Okay. Let's say I'm in that range. What if I wanted to get to 9 dimensional? Like I'm in between.
Well, you'll always be in the previous dimension. So like right now we've all earned to be in the third dimension. All of us. And you may not remember your past lives or unlocked the fourth dimension yet, but the people who have unlocked the fourth dimension, who are enlightened, will go to the fourth. Okay, now, apparently, when you get to when you get to much higher levels, you can travel back in dimensions. So that's what Trump's doing. He came back from the 7th to help us out.
What level's Mike Jaco on?
11, teen.
Gonna go into the higher, gotta do something pretty damn big.
Yeah.
I think saving humanity is,
I know. I
mean, it's gonna be up there.
Yeah,
why do you think he was missing for a week?
Anybody who does a remix has to take that noise that he does, and go, ow.
I want somebody to do Doug from the Frogs and do Teach Me How to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. And it's just him. Like they can make him dance by just like rewinding him and playing him forward.
Well, you could put his head on someone doing the Dougie.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And then have Jason, ow.
Meow.
Definitely had a role to play as president with a lot of the different.
Maybe he's playing that game from Super Troopers where they're like, right meow.
Oh, yeah, right, meow.
Actions that needed to be implemented in order to get us to the point.
It's 9:30, so I'm going to get ready for my 10 o'clock. So
sure, I'll let you. I'll send everybody over there in 30 minutes or whatever.
Yeah. And I hope we'll see everybody over there. And thank you so much, chat. And thank you, Will, for having me on. And thank you, Kelly, for
the Jubblies.
Yeah. Ow. Okay.
Yeah. See you, bud. Thank you. All right, guys. Tony will be on in a little bit. I'm going to pitch it over to him when the show's over. It was really fucking with my audio. I didn't think ahead to set that up right. My bad. But we can do call-ins occasionally. I just don't. You got to make sure the right people. Something was just crawling on my fucking neck, a spider or some shit. But anyways, I don't want to get banned. Someone calling in saying the N-word or something stupid, and then reporting the video. So we got to be careful with who we let call in. But we used to do them all the time. It was actually pretty fun.
Where we're at, but he is definitely a guiding perspective through this chaos.
A
I'm
balance.
freaking out. Someone's crawling on me.
Brings that balance back.
Oh,
Because right now it's
he did.
chaos.
I'm gonna skip ahead to callers.
Now, the lower octopus.
So there's going to be
The lower octopussy.
That's the key word there. Unkind time. B, you're too lazy.
I do hand out, and I have 7.
Right.
You know,
It's in there. There's plenty of them. Use them.
but and the thing is, you have to be open to, if you're just going to pick and choose what you read, then you really can't sit here and bitch about, well, that's stupid, that's not right. It's like, to people that actually went deeper and went further in it and found more connections, because either A, you didn't have the time, B, you're too lazy, or C, you just want to be confrontational. It's like, well, if it's going to be C, then we already know where you dickbags hang out. But if it's going to be B, if you're just too lazy, it's like you're cheating yourself. I mean, this is the biggest event that we've ever been through as humanity. I mean, why shortchange it?
Right.
There's got to be a mosquito or something landing on my fucking neck. It's killing me.
Like CNN anchors.
But you got to look at it like the hardest part every time, every day you got to consciously think about it. You got to take all the different data points into perspective, and then you got to look at it from 30,000 feet. You got to take it all in, look at them all.
It's a beetle or a lightning bug or something. I smacked it and it didn't even kill it. It didn't even fucking kill it. I literally saw it fall and fly away.
Look at the above picture and correlate it all together.
I'm fighting for my fucking life. What are you doing in there? Bring a gun.
1,000 feet, look straight out.
Look at the
horizon's flat.
All right, let's go to the next caller. All right. Area code 309.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
Hi, Kelly and Jason. Hey, I love
Hello.
you guys. I listen to
It was a big black beetle
I listen to Jason since
that also flies.
days, but first of all, I've got a
Probably laid eggs on
and
me.
I have a question.
Oh boy.
I just want to let you guys know that I am the most hated neighbor in the neighborhood, simply because I have a vegetable garden, rather large, and I have 17 American flags that are around this. Well, I have people that stop periodically and ask me why I have 17 flags. Well, I also have a Trump flag on my garage, and then I have an American flag. Well, I'm in a strictly Democratic county, which is Sherry Bustos' county. And I know you guys know who she
Bustosis.
is. And she has kind of disappeared.
Neither one of them know. Look at their eyes. Is this the face of a man who knows the name you just said? Absolutely not.
Nobody hears from her. Her office is closed. I've tried to contact her myself about these masks for children. But I do hand out Constitution books to these neighbors that are so indoctrinated. And I have one school teacher that she has the thank you Pritzkers all over her yard, and she flips me off quite often, which is okay. I don't care. She's a young, stupid teacher, and I'm afraid she's going to teach some of our small children. But anytime these people ask me questions, I always tell them to look up the Nuremberg Code, and I also tell them to look up the Georgia Guidestones and read what's on them. Well, I knew something was going on in this.
Oh, somebody tried to call and I hung up on them. I didn't mean to do that. I was just having trouble with the audio. My bad.
World when I was younger because of the milk cartons. And I'm like, okay, something's going on with these kids, but I was a lot younger and I didn't put two and two together. But anyway, that's my comment. My question is, as far as this rapture,
It was somebody tried to call from Arkansas.
and these children that did not have a choice as far as getting jabbed from their parents, what is going to happen to these?
Kelly, where you going? Kelly, get back here.
Smaller children, because they're trying to do the 12 to 17-year-olds.
Anybody under the age of 18 that is given the jab, they're actually exempt from it. They actually, because they're not given their free will. Only at the age of 18 and above do they exercise their free will. Anything under that, it's the.
So Jason Q is saying that it'll be held against you somehow, either spiritually or within the different realms, if you. The caller also hands out condoms. Well, it's open again now that I got my audio fixed. If you want to call back, but he says that you'll be penalized somehow for taking it, but it doesn't relate to the mentally ill or those under 18 because they didn't have free will.
It's falls on the the parent or / legal guardian. So some of them are going to get double dipped.
Right.
But they have to learn. It's
Well,
like
I
the
tried to
kids,
explain
the kids
to
are
these-
totally. I mean,
I tried to
nothing can
explain
happen
to
them
these
because it's
parents
like,
what's
I used to hand out condoms all the time when I was in high school, but they were for immediate use only.
as far as the
Make sure I had someone good and cornered, then hand it out. Tell me it's fixing to expire.
shit crazy one. But now my guy works for
I pulled all kinds of ass in high school. Then I got fucked up, got dumb, and married.
a company, and I directed him to ask for their vaccination policy book. And of course, they don't have one. So, and they're trying to so-called mandate it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's fighting with them every day. And this is a major world headquarters, green machine kind of company, if you know who I'm talking about. But anyway, one more comment I want to say is
That's a caller there. Hello.
Who is this?
This is Will with the Cold Beer Confessional. What's up, buddy?
I'm doing all right. I was wondering who that Jason Q feller is.
He's the guy that has the mustard and the biscuits, I think.
Oh my goodness. I tell you, I don't like him very much. I believe that he is molesting children and trying to cover it up. He's no account.
He's no account. Yeah, he's like a lawnmower without no gas.
It ain't got no gas in it. I'm done with the phone here at the nervous hospital. They only gave me so many dimes.
I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you.
You have a good night there, feller.
Have a good one, buddy. That was pretty funny. That was a pretty good impression of I don't know what the guy's name is. I just always say Sling Blade. I don't know what his name is, but that guy.
I
Carl?
watched
Is that
a
his name?
cartoon, The Pet Goat. Please do not let any of your children watch any of that. It is so evil and satanic, it's unbelievable.
Oh yeah, I've caught my.
But anyway,
there's so
What's wrong with it, Carl? Ain't got no gas in it. Reckon it ain't got no gas in it.
much symbolism in there.
Caught my kid watching a couple things that have been a little freaky. Like, what the heck is this? Not
oh,
happening.
it's
and
well, I watched it and I couldn't believe it.
on the subject you're talking about.
Well, Mariah actually caught our kids watching some pretty freaky pornography. A lot of bondage, some weird role playing, knot tying, burning each other with hot cigarettes, using tiny scalpels to slice each other's skin, and then pouring hot oil, not candle wax, oil on the skin. But honestly, by the time we got them out of our home movie collection, they just wanted to watch YouTube anyways. They were terrified.
about with employers forcing mandates and vaccines, American Frontline Doctors, if you go onto their website, not only will they help you with the documentation, but they will also provide some legal support in order to make sure that you can fight back against that and you can join their lawsuit. So again, American Frontline Doctors.
Right. It wasn't just because you make me dress up like Big Bird and say, give me that yellow dick, doesn't mean it's Sesame Street characters. Chill out. Hello, hello. You're on the air with the frogs.
You were hoping to receive. This is a rejection hotline callback because the person you recently called does not want to answer your calls, call you back, or actually speak to you at all. We know this sucks, but there's probably a good reason for it. Maybe you're just not their type. Note, this could mean boring, dumb, annoying.
I know what the reason is. It's the fact that I taught you to stream and then you threw me under the bus. That would be the rejection we got. Give me that old yellow dick. Sorry.
Is a resource for the legal information in regards to how you can fight back against your employer with those things. Because again,
she makes me dress up like Big Bird and then do the funky chicken dance.
Make them continue to push, make them fire you, make them, require these stupid PCR tests, which have already been recalled. Make them require those things, but do not let them win. Do not let them win.
Well, apparently it's a cartoon that's been going around, Satanic Panic, but it's called Life of a Goat, I think's the name of it. I thought they said it was on YouTube. But it's like people are freaking. I don't know if you remember back like Momo, and all that weird shit. It was mostly Satanic Panic and people freaking out. Life of a Goat cartoon. This low budget animated movie ruined my life. See what it is.
Curtis is such a loser. He will never have new merch. He will always have
I really like Curtis Connor as a content creator. Sorta. He took this weird, really, really, really anti-gun stance once, but he's from Canada, so can we blame him?
Lifetime now. I even have enough Lifetime movies to last me a lifetime now, because that was a majority of the submissions. There were a lot of good submissions, but one really stood out to me, and that was this little movie called Goat Story. It's a movie that was made in the Czech Republic, and it's been dubbed in English. And the whole movie is on YouTube for free, so that's how you know it's a certified cinematics. These are ICEPs. Like animated movie ever. Successful Czech movie. Poor student Matthew. Film girl. Jemmy and his toddler's time.
I was looking for the title again.
Poor begins Village Boy official synopsis. Wow, $500 and so you can't compare films like worldwide.
Goat Story.
And they have
maybe this isn't it.
Hey, wait. So already terrifying. Just attempted murder is what we just watched, and this
I Pet Goat.
Unsettling child on a unicycle is
my pet goat
in this movie. But it's very weird because the animators chose to not give this boy any pants.
3D CGI 3D animated Return of the Goat. CGI short film. I Pet Goat. I'm already excited. It's a goat in a concentration camp. Puppet Master. George Bush is the puppet.
Fool me one. Fool me one. Fool me one. Shame on. Shame on. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again. Can't get fooled again.
I don't think it's for children. It's already got Illuminati, deep state, cabal, overturns, undertones, I guess. And then this is George Bush in the school. I'm sure they're fixing to tell him about 9/11. It looks like it's made for you QAnon idiots. Like, I don't know why you're worried about your kids watching it. Don't you want them to be QAnon idiots like you? Mariah had a story about a cartoon animated about her in high school. It was just called I Pet Penis. Was it pet or touch? Grope? What was it, Mariah? So clearly it's not. I was a virgin till we met. Yeah, if we met at your 8th grade birthday party while you were giving it out for free. Anyways, it's clearly not for kids. I don't know why she said she didn't let her kids watch it. Her kids are the one that started all this shit. Or her kids should want to grow up in her footsteps. She's the one who started all this shit or believes in all this shit. By the way, a thing I wanted to visit before we go. There's only 10 minutes left in the show, and I got to play the outro and send you guys to Tony and blah, blah, blah. You guys remember Lydia? Lydia just deleted a message in her Telegram group that I was going to show, but she deleted it because it didn't show her favorably. It was actually our boy Neil Sutz, who now has no crazy trafficked daughter blah 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 videos on his channel anymore. I wonder why. The message read, Lydia, I told you if I found out that you were grifting your audience that I would be the first journalist to call you out. Well, now it's happening.
I kid you not. Michael Jackson just posted that thunderstorm, and it just started this. Watch this. Look at this.
Michael Jackson just posted a thunderstorm, and the thunderstorm started. Michael Jackson controls the weather.
I mean, I can't make it up. Oh, look. I can't make it up. Oh, yeah, this is a...
You don't have to make it up when you run both accounts.
What you call, hotel. Because I'm a liar and I'm a fraud. But look at this. He just...
She has been outed, busted. She dropped a Cash App link and was basically telling people that if they believed her, then they need to be sending her money and put their money where the mouth is and shit. And people started calling her out. All her mods left, all but like 1 or 2 of her mods left. Started calling her out, started a new group, and Neil Sutz called her out and said he was going to expose her now.
I just don't get it. So is Lydia, though. So is me. I'm sorry I'm not perfect. Forgive me for being human. I don't claim to be Jesus Christ, though, and I never will and never have, like other people did. So I know I'm not perfect. Only He's perfect. Only God's perfect.
So that was her latest video there. Of course, Michael Jackson controls the weather. When he posts thunderstorms, no matter where he's at, there's a thunderstorm with Lydia Chlamydia. I'm not sure if that's her nickname, but that's what I would call her. But I just want to let you know that she has been outed by Neil. Neil has pulled all the videos because this was a story we was keeping up with. He did 5 parts of interviews. We basically watched 4 of them, kind of jumping around. Watched the first 2 from end to end, and then the rest of them we jumped around. But he posted 5 parts of interviews and then pulled them all down, called her that she was grifting off her own chat and begging people for money, and that he thought she was disingenuous and was only doing it for the money, fame, and attention. And there was also some story about her staying with one of her mods and I guess wrecking the house. And apparently that's a pattern because at one time she was on government, not recently, like within the last 2 years, she was on government-assisted housing because she couldn't afford housing, and she was thrown out of it for upkeep. Now, I don't know if every state's the same, but in Tennessee, if you're on government-assisted housing, like, it's got to be super fucking bad to get thrown out. Once you get approved, like, it's hard to get approved. There's a waiting list, blah, blah, blah. Once you get approved, like, it has to be disgusting, or you have to be beating holes through the wall that you could walk through to get thrown out of government-assisted housing. So she got thrown out of government-assisted housing. Then she started staying with one of her mods, apparently destroyed that person's house. And after she destroyed that person's house, then she posted a Cash App telling people that she needed money because a friend, someone she thought was her friend, threw her out of their house and blah, blah, blah. And after that happened, that she, that's when Neil Sutz called her out. After she claimed all this and was begging for money, he finally called her out. And that's what kind of started the whole thing. By the way, there's an app, apparently, called Hinge, which is a dating app online, and one of the people that follow the shows actually found a pretty interesting dating profile over there. So if you guys want to download the Hinge app, Hinge, Hinge app, you might be interested in looking up one Maddie. A social cause I care about is ending human trafficking. At least she's getting back out there, right? She doesn't seem very afraid to be abducted or assaulted or attacked anymore. No? All right, guys, that's it for me. It's 12:55. I'm going to send everybody over to Tony. I've got the link here. Let me drop it in the chat. Thank you for the donations coming tonight. Solitaire there at the end. Bulldozer before that. And then we had a few Buy Me a Coffees. I'm going to be refreshing that page right now. And then I'll have time to grab Tony's link and drop it while it's refreshing. This will take you straight over to Tony's video. I'm going to play some music on the way out. And thank everybody for the donations. Give me just a second while it refreshes. Okay. We had John Frank, Steph Jones, Book Girl, but I think that was from last night. But thank you very much. Yeah, the super fan story. Thank you very much for that. Here's Tony's link. Make sure you check him out. I've got his thumbnail and a little bit of audio. We'll see you on the next one, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. Don't miss Tony's show. He's going over... I should have resized that. He's going over the Cuomo resigning and a bunch of that story. I don't know why it was so fucking big. And most of that story and some different things with it that's going on. He calls it the Italian Job. Pretty good thumbnail. So it seems like it'd be an interesting video. Go check it out. I'll try to hang over there for a little bit, but I'm kind of tired. But either way, here's the link. Go check out Tony, and we'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Make sure you do not check out the interview with King Carson.
People, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit.
Yeah, we're not that far from you.
We're an hour from you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
See, we're not all across the country.
Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. It's the off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. It's the off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in the...
All right, guys. Everybody have a good night. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you for hanging out with me.
You ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. We say it isn't so. Got